hear me? Okay. So there are two things. As I said, this is about free webinar talking about AI. There are two things. One is go through Google Meet. Okay. So if you are interested, you can join to that Google Meet and you can ask me any questions. Okay. We can do discussion. And if you are expert in particular topic, maybe at the end of the session, you can talk about that. You can share your knowledge and experience. Okay. And other than that, I'm live broadcasting this to YouTube, okay, to my YouTube channel. Do you have any question? Okay. So in this session, I would like to talk about AI, basics of AI. Okay. I have prepared a few slides, but I don't know whether will be having enough time. I plan for 2 hours, but these slides, a lot of slides are there. So AI overview, machine learning, deep learning, RAG, LangChain. You are seeing my screen, right?
Yes.
Yes, okay. AI agents, NLP. Whether I need to zoom it or it's readable. AI chatbots, computer vision, MCP. Okay. These are the things I decided to explain. So I will be having a very little time to talk everything, right? So mostly I will be giving just overview. I may not be having enough time to go through the demo or explaining the code and all. Okay. That case, maybe I will be doing another separate uh, session. Okay. So let us see how it's going on. First of all, we need to sort out the net problem. But you are right now it's audible, right? No problem with audio and video, right?
Yes.
Yes, I am using another network. Maybe I will be trying to switch it later. Okay. Let me first talk about AI. So my plan is giving some overview. Like everyone will be having different things. Like because only few people joined, I understand. But in that YouTube live, it will be I will be storing as recorded live also. In that case, it will be viewed by a lot of people, different kinds of people. They will be having different like their current knowledge and their current awareness about AI may be different. So in that case, I would like to talk in a very simple and very beginner friendly way. Okay. I understand that some of you are already familiar with AI and you will be like an expert in some particular domain that I understand. But anyway, like I would like to talk to someone who is very beginning. Okay. So first of all, I would like to explain about what is AI, okay, how it is differing from traditional programming, like traditional way of rule-based programming, okay, and how AI is very important in this time period, how businesses can start using AI for their business improvement, their product development, improving their products, and why it is very important. Even if there may be a lot of opinions about AI, different opinions, right? Some will be saying that it's a good thing, some will be saying that it is not good because AI models are trained with other people's knowledge without getting their consent. That kind of ethical issues, and even that bias in the training data, that kind of ethical governance, security issues, a lot of things are there. Okay, that is completely different thing. But at the end of the day, it is like AI is ruling, right? So we will be forced, even it's for some reason, that reason may be valid. If we are hesitating to learn AI or using AI, we will be forced to do that. Suppose if you are from that ethical perspective of giving jobs to the human people, if you are planning to run your business without AI, at the like after a certain time period, you will be losing your projects and clients because of quality issues, like a lot of issues. Your competitors will be using AI in a good way, and it will be helping their customers in different ways, right? And from job search perspective also, it is having a lot of implications, like having AI knowledge. It's better, because of the business reasons, that companies will be looking for people with AI. So that is how it's working. I used to add lot of AI related innovations related videos. And before that, just I will give my mobile number. Suppose if network any problem is going on, someone please call me. Okay, welcome. Okay, let me show that first. That my YouTube channel. QPT is my, can handle this QPT. Display name is my name, Rajamani. Here the playlist. There are two playlists related to AI. One is Learn AI. It has around 61 videos. Okay, it is like tutorial videos. So if you are interested in that, you can go to that. But right now, what I'm highlighting, this artificial intelligence. This playlist I started very long back. I am running this YouTube channel for many years, starting from the year 2009. And initially, I used to spend a
Hello
lot of
everyone.
time in uploading videos about innovations, especially AI-related innovations. Okay. AI-related innovations by going through research papers in reputed journals and press releases of big companies and universities. Okay. Based on that, I used to upload that video, and I have separate playlists for AI, CRISPR gene editing, and 3D printing, like nanotechnology, like that. In case of this AI, I uploaded a lot of videos, more than 3,000, like 350 to 350 videos are there right now in the playlist. Other than that, a lot of other videos there. What I'm trying to say is, if you go through this playlist, we can see the growth of AI. Previously, up to last year, almost last year, all the things are related to theoretical things in the lab research, that kind of thing. Okay, but after to the 2022, mostly last 3 years, we are seeing a drastic growth related to AI in a commercial setup. All the companies are trying to use AI because it's the need of the hour, like that. Yes, that I will be explaining step by step why it is happening right now. Okay. um, but if you go through this thing, you will be understanding. So I keep on uploading a lot of videos. So you can go, like as I said, more than 300 videos are there. All of the videos are created based on research papers, okay, and press releases from major organizations. Okay. So if you go through that, previously everything is just research related. Okay. But now, it is coming into mainstream. All the companies are providing that infrastructure is there. Cloud platforms are providing huge computing power. Lot of frameworks are there. Okay. So it is the right time to learn AI if you are not getting into that. Okay. Uh, this is what I wanted to highlight. Go through that, you will be knowing that the reason why we need switch over to AI. Previously, actually, even personally, I heard about AI and doing simple AI projects when I was studying in college in 1998, that time itself. But that time, it is in that time it was not like not starting. So people were trying to do AI related projects, but because of lack of data and lack of computing power, that time it was not there. But more than 50 like 50 years back itself, there were a lot of algorithms related to AI. A lot of things were developed that time itself. But that time we were not having enough computing power, right? That time even we were not having computers, right? So slowly it is getting improved. So in that year 2000, that time people were trying to launch again, but because of lack of computing power and lack of data, it didn't pick up. But then people keep on researching about AI, creating different algorithms, creating hardwares, TPUs, various approaches were happening, and a lot of new algorithms, new architectures like GPT. So a lot of things were happening, and because of that effort, now we are seeing that result. Okay, we started seeing the result. Now it will be implemented in a commercial setup, and we'll be seeing other impacts like job loss, other things. So that also we started seeing in a very small scale now, but it will be happening in a large scale in the coming days. Okay. But in the short time, it is important to learn. From career perspective, it is important to learn AI to get job. That is one perspective. It is a very short term thing. In the long term, all the jobs will be replaced by AI. That is what my understanding based on my experiences of going through the AI developments for many years. Okay. So in that case, universal basic income, that kind of workarounds or that kind of strategies should be implemented. That also I have gone through a lot of researches related to universal basic income, and I came to know that that is a good thing. Like that, lot of pilot bases are saying. Initially, it will be saying that it will be like giving some impression that it will be making the people lazy, but actually it is like really useful. That is what many research papers were saying. Okay. They did some research with some particular cities, even some countries did in large scale level, and the result is since people are getting money without doing any work, they are able to spend their time for working on their passionate thing. So because of their passionate thing, they were working very hard and with dedication, with a lot of interest, and that increased the country's overall GDP productivity. So that is what the result. Okay, so that universal basic income is also a good thing. Okay, so we need not worry in that long run, but in the short run, it is important to be aware of knowing AI everything. Okay. But as I said, in the long run, we need not learn that much level, because agentic AI, everything that will be taking care. It will be developing by itself, and we can concentrate on our interesting things, because the purpose of doing work and other things, learning the things, mostly from career perspective, I'm telling, it is to earn money, right, for doing business, everything, ultimate aim. Okay. In that case, the money is for getting food and dresses and houses, right? So basic needs of the any human being, that will be addressed by AI or any kind of that automatic things. In that case, we need not worry about that. That USB, that universal basic income, UBI, will be solving that problem. So that is in the long run. Okay, but in the short run, AI is picking up in a very large scale. Like companies invested a lot of money in AI things, so they will be doing their best to get the returns by doing using only people with AI knowledge. Okay, so it is very important to upskill ourselves in this time period. Okay, so that is what I wanted to show by sharing this playlist, AI related innovation playlist. So if you go through that, initially it will be mostly in a very funny way, or like research related things. Okay, other things, but now it's everything is coming into mainstream. Almost in US, we are seeing driverless cars in a business as usual, right? So it is becoming a standard, and it will be spreading in many places, and jobs for drivers will be losing their job. Similarly, it is it will be getting implemented in all the domains already. Like writing, other jobs are getting replaced with the AI. Okay, so just go through that playlist. You'll be understanding what I'm trying to say here. Okay. So ultimately, what I'm saying is this is the right time to learn AI. So we need to learn AI. Learn AI in the sense it's not about like how it's working, what is machine learning, what deep learning. That is one part. That some people will be going to work in that way, but that demand is getting reduced right now because of that reason. Like a lot of models already hugging face. We can that in the hugging face. We are seeing like here as of now. When I was taking it a few days back, it had more than half million models. Let's check. So nearly 2 million models are there. Okay. So already lot of researches were done, lot of things were there, ready-made things. So now we need to know how to use that models, how to use that models, because some people will be thinking that using models, training models means it's something like it needs lot of mathematical skills or engineering skills like that. No, not like that. Anyone, any common people with very basic knowledge can easily create that. Models like a simple application using the already available models. Okay, either these kinds of individual models or generative AI, that cloud based uh, API based models like GPT-4, Gemini. Okay, but for that we have to make payment. But so my suggestion is we can use these kinds of free models, local models. Okay, so here you can see lot of models, and they are arranged in an easy to understand way. So based on your requirements, you can easily get some models and start using it. That is what I would suggest. Even if you're very beginner, even if you are not knowing about any computing language, anything, you can immediately start using these kinds of things. Say for example, personally, I am using Whisper model for doing subtitle creation for my AI courses. Let me show that how I am using it. Initially, very beginning, I was also thinking that it needs a lot of not like that. So only thing is we need some domain knowledge. We are going to work. That is different. But from AI perspective, for start using any model is very easy, especially generative AI models that we can immediately start using it with the already available SDKs and libraries. So this one, so here, so just suppose this is whisper model. Just for giving overview first, let me tell that maybe later on I will be systematically explaining the things. Okay, here the whisper model, it is like it is useful for doing the transcriptions. Okay, like converting the audio into the text. So I thought of using it for my courses. I create AI courses by recording tutorial videos about AI, and I thought my accent may not be understandable by all kinds of people, right? So I thought of adding a subtitle or closed caption so that they can read the text while going through the video. In that case, previously I use YouTube's auto transcription, right? That option, but that will take significant time. Now they are getting improved. That is a different thing. But previously, when I started doing that, that it will take a few time. I had to wait for a few hours, and that too it used to have a lot of mistakes. Okay, because my accent is not understandable to that kind of things, and I may be mispronouncing something. So a lot of things were there. So I thought of exploring this one. It is very easy. That we need to know little Python. So very simple, right? Python, we have to create this, import that thing. Before that, we need to pip install that. So for using any kind of things, first we need to have that library. For that, we can use this package installer pip install. that library name. Okay. Suppose if you want to add more than one library with the space and another library, this is very simple way. Otherwise, now we have other new things like UV, that kind of package installer, any package installer. Some people will be using Conda, that kind of stuff. But I use people. Maybe I plan to start using UV in coming days, because now everyone is using UV because of the fastness. Okay. Um, so first we got to install the library here, that Whisper library. The package name may be different from that class name. Okay. Here OpenAI Whisper. We have to import it as Whisper, and we have to load the model. Okay. Once we get the model, we can give that our file name, audio file, the audio file path basically, and use the transcribe method. Okay. So the result will be there in the transcribe. That's much easy. Okay. So it will be immediately use it. We don't need internet. There won't be any network issues, nothing. Just we can do it everything in local. Initially I thought, okay, if it is able to do everything in the local, then it will be, the size will be more, it will require a lot of computing power, like that I thought. But it's not like that. My computer is very average computer with just a 8 GB RAM without any GPUs, but still it's able to do that without any issues very quickly. And the key thing is, since we have the full control, we can like fine tune it, like by adding more things. Say for example, we can in the code we can like include options for creating different kinds of streams, because I upload videos in different platforms like Udemy, Skillshare. Everywhere it is somewhat different. In case of Facebook, we have to use SRT, and in case of Udemy, we have to do VTT, that kind of subtitle format. That format is different, so we can include that option in the code itself. So just by running the code, we will be able to like do that kind of stuff also. Instead of depending on any other third-party platform, if we are able to do that through coding, it is very easy to uh, do the further process, post processing. Okay. And another important thing is, suppose if I am pronouncing some words mistakenly, I can give that kind of words also. Emphasize, just we can ask the model to emphasize these words, so that it can like say for example, um, suppose if it is frequently typing Rajamanikam as something, if it's missing K, we can ask it to include K. So like that also we can add, we can otherwise like we can give some highlights for some certain words, frequently used words, so that it can correctly identify that. Okay. So this way I use this way. It is very common way. Okay. So what I'm trying to say is, since we are doing it through coding, it is very easy to handle various things like highlighting certain words, and like doing post processing, like converting in different file format, or what any kind of stuff. Okay. So this is a very simple example I just wanted to share. Actually, I included in my recorded course also. The case recorded course I have, like similarly I like all the code samples, everything I like mentioned, like here you can see the details. Suppose if you are interested, you can get that. And even I have plans for starting live course also. Here like 8 hours, 9 hours, around 9 hours of videos, 9 books are there, just 300 rupees. Maybe I will be talking about it later. Okay, let me first complete the basic thing. Okay, what I'm trying to say is I have plans for explaining the things in 2 hours only, right? So what I'm trying to say is I cannot like execute it. I cannot spend time. I can just talk about that. But if you need like actual coding or the full tutorial videos, everything, maybe you can just buy that. Okay. But anyway, I will try my best to explain that free things also. But as I said, in case of recorded videos, I added all the videos in this playlist, like Learn AI. Here, 61 videos are there already. Okay. So, my priority is giving the information through my YouTube channel. Previously, I was earning money from advertisements. Now advertisements are not there. That is why I am giving priority to sell my courses. Anyway, I will be like though my high priority is like updating my course. whenever I have time, I will be uploading the content on YouTube channel also. There you can find here, and I plan to have this kinds of webinars. The purpose of webinar is, though this first with this today's webinar is for just to talk about AI basics. Mostly, I will be talking more about that. But in the coming days, I would like to discuss with some experts in specific area. Maybe if you are interested, you can actually participate. In case of that beginning course, like beginning this webinar, if you have any questions about beginner level questions, you can ask me. Okay. And I would like to know whether the audio is going smoothly. Srinivas, or any crack sound is coming? Okay.
No, it's good.
Okay, right? Okay, let me continue. Then I will check whether any questions from YouTube live. If I keep on talking means I don't know whether I am going in the right direction. Anyone is having any questions, ask me so that I can change that way of so so that is what I wanted to tell about learning AI. And let me start with first one, AI basics. AI basics, in the sense we need to understand how AI is different from traditional programming. That is the standard like progress, right? So previously we had a standard programming, rule based or formula based programming. Now everyone is talking about AI. So we first of all we need to know the difference between both things. Okay, then only we will be able to use the AI in a proper way. That is what my personal thing. And before going into that level, first I would like to uh, like uh, explain about like uh, actual AI growth and the AI hype. That also very important topic. I think no one will be talking about that in public forums or social media. I wanted to tell that I wanted to bring this. Maybe you can also share your thoughts. Suppose if I am telling it in a wrong way, okay. My understanding is I already explained, right, how many years I have been doing that AI related news items, right? So that all everything theoretically. So last 1 year only I have been focusing on AI developments, especially RAG related things, and this course creation. And now I am starting my live courses also. But these things I started recently, but I have been uploading latest new innovations about AI. So from that, I could able to differentiate between the actual growth of AI and AI hype. Because AI hype is a dangerous thing that I am noticing. A lot of people, tool creators, especially vibe code tools creators, they are giving lot of hype, maybe by paying money to the influencers in the sense people having a lot of followers on social media like LinkedIn. Okay, so that people are giving somewhat manipulated information. So we need to be very careful in that perspective, especially about vibe coding tool. They are giving like I created that this application within a few seconds like that. It's technically it's true that I am not going to deny that, but practically it's not useful. That we need to understand clearly. Okay, so we need to learn AI, the fundamentals of AI, that and all okay, and we need to know the latest things, how to use new AI tools and new technologies, and how we have to uh, implement for our business or for our career growth. That and all okay, but we should be able to differentiate the actual that kind of growth and the hype. Hypes are there. Based on my understanding, it is more than the actual growth. Okay, so that the kind of information. So it is important to find the signal by ignoring the noise. Okay, that I would like to highlight in this session. Already I did separate session to talk about that, and even I posted blog posts and like LinkedIn posts. Okay, and I don't want to specify some people, but even big influencers are doing that, maybe without knowing or unknowingly. I don't know. Um, that is a very dangerous thing. Okay. Um, we need to like be very careful, especially many people contacted me like they're saying that, proudly saying that I use vibe coding tools for creating that application like that. But we need to understand that from a career perspective, no companies will be supporting development through vibe coding, because that involves a lot of security issues, maintenance issues. It is difficult to change the code easily. Okay, but it is keep on like evolving. That is different thing. Maybe after 2 months, 3 months, it can happen, but I'm telling the current scenario. Okay, as I said, in the after 2 3 years later, even we need not to even learn about AI, because AI will be taking care of everything. We need not to worry about that thing. So that is completely different scenario, right? I'm talking about current things. So currently, that applications that are developed with the vibe coding tools are not that much important from a business perspective, because of maintenance issues and security. Okay. So in that case, if you are looking for job, the job interviews, they may not be asking you to create any kind of vibe coding tool based applications. Okay, they will be asking the fundamentals. Okay, and that and all useful for exploring your ideas, like creating POC kind of stuff, like that pilot kind of things for prototype creation, MVC creation, that and all. It's okay. Otherwise, for real things, it's not good. So always give importance to understand the basics. Okay. Um, Let me first start explaining about the very basics of AI. Yes, you are very familiar with that, understanding that basic difference between AI and machine, like other programming. You can easily learn about AI. Like I had one screenshots. Okay, let me talk about without that. Okay, we all know that we can convert uh, like centimeter into equivalent inches with a simple formula, right? By multiplying inches value by 2.54, we will be getting centimeter value. So it is the rule or formula, right? So it is in a traditional programming we will do like this, but someone should have come up with that formula. For that they needed to go through the data, right? So if they are having data about the lookup data of centimeters and equivalent inches, then by going through the data, they came up with that formula, and then we were using that kind of formula in our traditional programming. Okay, so similarly, centigrade to Fahrenheit. So all the rules are derived from that kind of data. So in case of centimeter to inches, that less number of fewer data is enough. But in case of a bit complex formula like centigrade to Fahrenheit, that kind of conversion, we needed to more data, right? And again, that pattern finding skills are in case of inches to centimeter, minimum skill is enough. Any average person, any person with average skills will be able to find the pattern, and they then come up with that formula, and then we can start using that formula in our traditional programming. Okay, so that we can find equivalent centimeter value for any number of, right? And similarly, in the centigrade to Fahrenheit also same thing, but in that case, we needed to have a person like good skills in finding patterns, and they may need more data to come up with that form, right? So in that case, if we expand it in further level, like converting grades, college grades into salary when they were joining job, there may be some relation, but the relation is not solid, right? In that case, any human cannot establish the formula. But as I said, inches to like a centimeter, that requires minimum data, minimum skills. Centigrade to Fahrenheit required good skills and large data. Suppose if we expand it, like if there is some person with extraordinary knowledge in finding patterns with a lot of data, then they may be able to find the relation between salary and grade, right? So that is what AI. AI is that, especially the machine learning, they are having in the pattern finding ability, huge along with huge data. So that is the thing. Okay. Um, so basically, in other words, simply in case of traditional programming, we use rules for finding values, right? And in case of machine learning, it is like finding the rules from the data. We have to give data and find the rules. Then we have to use, I think. So in that case, I'm just simplifying the things. It may not be exactly like this, but to differentiate between traditional programming and AI, we need to understand this fundamental difference. So in that case, we have to give the data and it will find the rule, and that rule can be used for converting anything or doing any inference. That is called inference or prediction. There are different things like classification, regression. That for any kind of problems, it can be. Okay. So the first step is data. Here it involves data. So in our same example, salary to that grade to salary conversion, the salary is not only depending on grade. It involves a lot of other factors. There, that person's economical position, family background, his dedication, and that kind of things, right? His communication skills. So if we are providing data related to that kind of information also means that accuracy will be better, right? So if the data is good data, relevant data, and if data is arranged in a better way, and it's relevant and it's more amount of data is provided, then the system will be able to create the formula accurately, more accurately. Okay. The formula in the sense internally it will be storing in some way. In case of deep learning, we call it as weights and biases, right? That is a completely different thing. Don't not go into that level in this. Okay. So, but the overall thing is we need to understand from these things. In case of AI, it is very important to provide relevant, valid data, and if possible, more data. But everything should be relevant, like proper way. Okay, that is the very very important thing in case of AI. Data is important. Because of that only, we are seeing huge growth these days. These days, because of digitalization of all the content and the social media created content, because all data are now most of the data are available. A lot of social media companies are getting data from all its users, and they are using that data for training their models. So with that help of data, they are able to make a development very quickly. Okay, so data plays important role, but it should be a quality data, relevant data. So data science plays important role, and the data science related like SQL, that cloud-based data services. A lot of things are coming into the picture here. Okay, so that ecosystem is growing very fast. That interconnection between data science and AI. Because of that, again, it is like a data science is helping to train the AI models effectively. AI, because of AI growth, the data science is growing in a fast way. Because of these iterative processes, we are seeing fast growth. So that fast growth requires us to learn AI in a better way. It's becoming mandatory now, learning AI for our career growth and for our business improvement. But if it is going on in that speed, in that way, surely everything will be automated. We need not to worry about how to do those things. That is a completely different topic. It's not relevant at this time period. Just I'm telling. Okay. So, but other lot of other constraints are there. That copyright constraints, like that. Lot of lawsuits are going on. Like many people are saying that that AI companies should not use their data for training the model. That kind of stuffs are there. Ethical issues, biases related things, governments related regulations. So that factors are there. But from technical perspective, AI is growing very fast. Only limitation is hardware now. we needed to get lot of data centers, right? So in the coming days, people are working on to create AI specific hardware, edge AI, that of other distributed AI systems are coming. Even instead of LLMs now, yes, small language models are coming. So the scientists and researchers are exploring a lot of ways. From technical perspective, mostly it will be improving in this speed, but we don't know about other factors. Okay. Okay, so what I'm trying to say here is for learning AI, we need to know that data is very important for training. Say, for example, model, I example, right, using here, here we are not going to train the model, but even for using the model, we have to come up with this kind of data, right? So that case, the ultimate output will be better. This I'm telling it as one example, not actual thing. Actual thing is about training the model, the initial time itself. So for that also we have to provide, for example, if that base model is trained with these other things, okay. Otherwise, if I am going to use it for Tamil or something, means then we have to use that kind of model, right? So trained with that. That model is trained with this, and I am using it for Tamil, means it won't be working. Okay. So that is one thing, understanding the basics, like importance of data and computing power. Okay. So these days, computing power, that is the one constraint, but that constraint, to solve that constraint, like I will be talking about that in detail when I am talking about deep learning. In that case, it will be better. Okay. I will be explaining about that how the deep learning, the uh, the base of development of the API based. Okay. Okay, I will talk about later. Next, I will be talking about prompt engineering. Prompt engineering is a very important one. Okay, it's not only for like common users, for AI developers also. For creating any kind of AI application, prompt engineering is skill. Okay, there will time if I go through all the details. Okay, actually, I published a separate book for prompt engineering. I include that in the book, the course itself. Okay, here I added some blog post. Maybe. But another thing is because of MCP, other things, now the need for prompt engineering is being reduced. Previously, it was very, very important one. Now, okay, anyway, having some knowledge about prompt engineering is good now. I added a lot of prompt engineering things, but very common thing is like prompt engineering is suppose if you are very new to prompt engineering, it's nothing. It's just so in case of ChatGPT, we are using ChatGPT, right? So, say for example, let me explain it in a very simple. Yes, I'm targeting beginners, right? Some people may not be even knowing what is prompt engineering. So it is LLM based application. It is chatgpt.com, right? Internally, it is using GPT-4 or some kind of models provided by OpenAI. Okay. So here, prompt engineering is, suppose if I want to add like two numbers, like uh, 2 and 3, I can say what is. So 2 added by 3 is 5. Okay, it is. Another way is we can say like that also we can, right? Otherwise, in lengthy, that's like what will be the answer if I add to, like that also. So we'll say the same thing we can ask in different way, right? That is prompt engineering. So you have to maybe we can say that it should be, the answer should be 2 digit, like that. Okay, like that. Suppose if we want to some uniformity, okay, so we can say that the result should be Yes, you can add with this 0.5. But again, other options also there. That is the reason why we need to be expert in prompt engineering. So we before asking these things, one way is like keep on discussing with that models. Otherwise, the best way is while asking the prompt itself, we can clarify these things instead of allowing it to ask multiple questions. If we provide all the details, like I am asking in this way. So in this way means we can give some sample. Okay, here. So here we are saying like this, right? It is zero sort prompting. We are not giving any example. But example we can example like so here it's giving the why it is like one shot prompting. Otherwise, a few shot prompting. We can give more examples so that from that example patterns, if it is a complex thing, you can understand from the pattern. Okay. For example, if we are adding 6 and 7, that case like whether it needs to add additional 0 or only have 2 digits. Okay, that kind of vague thing like what is added to. So it will be working. Okay, because 5 means of 7 means the sense it should be knowing like whether I am asking it to add reading 0 or I am asking it to keep 2 digits, right? So that kind of example, use at learning will prompting will try this. So it's considering only that thing. So if we are talking about reading 0, we can use that kind of example. Okay, in that case, few short prompting is useful. So here we are saying that okay, you have to add preceding 0 irrespective of number of digits. Okay. So this kind of prompt engineering is very useful. Yeah, like when we are writing AI applications. Okay. So system prompting involves very important plays important role. That things I will be talking about when I am showing that kind of examples. Okay. But we need to understand what is prompt engineering. If we are very beginner, just try to understand what is prompt engineering by these things. So it is just giving input to the model. Okay. Like a very in a concise way, clear way with formatting. A lot of things are there. Like we can ask it to format in a specific, ask to limit the thing. As of article writing, we can say that write that article in 400 words. Like that, we can say. Okay, we can ask it to format in a specific bulleted points or paragraphs like that. So a lot of things, sir. I already, as I said, I released the ebook about it and already added a lot of blog posts. Okay. So basically, we have to give the details in unbiased, I mean, clear, concise code. and chain of thought processing. Like we can ask it to step by step to avoid hallucination. That things I will be talking later. But basically, prompt engineering is asking questions to the LLMs or giving instructions to LLMs effective way. For there are certain tricks there that we need to learn. Okay. Let me check whether. Okay. And the tools for your ChatGPT, Gemini. Let me. As I said, because of time limitation, I will be telling everything theoretically. With for more details, you can get it from my recorded course, or if you are interested, you can join that live course. ChatGPT, ChatGPT that needs 10 skills. Okay, like you can share this setting. The library, few months back they added the right. Suppose if you want to see all the images created by ChatGPT, you can. I wanted to the settings. So one important thing is customize ChatGPT. Okay, if you're not aware of those things, so you can give more details about you here. Click customize ChatGPT. Say for example, that I know Tamil and English, right? So it will use this context, that information, and whenever I ask something, it consider fine tune it answer, tweak that answer. Similarly, a lot of things are there. Is one way of customizing ChatGPT. Another important one is here we can give a lot of. So the memory is a very important concept. Okay, so basically all the LLMs, okay, large language models, are stateless. Stateless in the sense they won't remember our previous questions. That context will be maintained by the AI application. In case of ChatGPT.com, that will be maintaining the context. Say for example, if you are asking one question and you are asking further questions, it has to manually manage the context information. It's something similar to HTTP, right? If you are familiar with web development, you should be knowing about the use of sessions and cookies, right? So in that way, it has to maintain the context history. That ChatGPT, that AI application will be taking care, but the LLMs alone cannot deal that. Okay, so in that case, for managing that, we have different options. One is that customizing ChatGPT, that option. That memory, that few months back only they released that option. That memory, whenever you say that I visited this place, like that, you are saying that at that time ChatGPT will be okay. I am remembering this, like that. That will give you instructions. You might be doing that, right? That you can also remove that if you don't want to include that information. You can come to memory and you can check that manage memory and you can remove. Okay, properly used. Otherwise it will be suppose temporarily you say something, and if it is taking that for a long time, then it's not good. Say for example, I was telling about asking some questions related to how to promote my um, uh, new domain. I register on new domain and ask ChatGPT about that. Okay, so but then I made it to expire. I didn't work on that project. Okay, but whenever I ask something relevant to that topic, that is healthcare related things. Whenever I talk about healthcare related any information, I started referring that thing. Okay, so in that case, I needed to manually come here and click manage and then remove that our memory. Okay, so the memory will be built automatically. So if it is not required, we have to remove manually. Okay, So that is one important option. Okay. Uh, but regular for any beginners, there's a ChatGPT customized ChatGPT that will be. It is applicable for all the things, not only ChatGPT, for Gemini, DeepSpeak. Everyone will be providing some equivalent thing. The reason is, as I said, LLMs are stateless models. Okay. So in that case, for maintaining state, we need to have some mechanism. Okay. So while doing the development also, we as a developer, we have to take care of that thing that I will be telling about how to do it manually in the Python code, or how to use LangChain classes for that. Okay, that I will be explaining, but I don't know whether I will be having time to do that. So the code exists. So in that case, we have to GPT prompt engineering by knowing prompt engineering. Okay, so I'm just highlighting. I haven't explained everything. Just I'm just telling the needs. Okay, the need for knowing that the prompt engineering, how to affect. Okay, and using tools like let me explain that also. I told you that the LLMs are this AI application is internally using built-in LLMs. Okay, that LLMs are having a certain knowledge cut of date. Okay, if you ask ChatGPT about any recent event, ideally you should not be able to tell answer, because whatever model they are using, they having certain knowledge cut of date. You can search it, you can ask the knowledge data here. Okay, so it will be having. So, okay, so if you are very beginner, you should understand that ChatGPT.com application, and there is a GPT-4 model. Okay, so that it is LLM GPT-4, that is started. Okay, so I was talking about AI tools like ChatGPT, Gemini, right? So how to um, so as I said, whatever I've done, just simple examples. Like that, we need to explore how to use it effectively. A lot of different factors are there. One is, as I said, knowing prompt engineering effectively. Another one is using the tools like setting up memory settings, so that we can save a lot of time. So basically, all these things are prompt engineering. Everything is to give more context about the things, right? Suppose we are asking question, we are going to give more context. But later on, now these days, everyone is talking about MCP, right? So I will be talking about later. But in summary, MCP, that model context protocol, is allowing to give more context. Like it will be connected with. So here I typed like I know Tamil and English, right? So instead of that, if that MCP is like connected with my profile, LinkedIn profile, or like many connections, in that case, that context already it will be having a lot of context, right? So now people are talking about then context change, right? So it's all about giving context, right? So here we are trying to give the context by adding manually adding sentence. But if we are able to connect with lot of data sources, external tools, other things, the context will be better, right? So in that case, that is completely different scenario. So that need for knowing about prompt engineering is slowly getting reduced. That will be reduced in the coming days. But as of now, for using ChatGPT, other things, prompt engineering properly. And the ChatGPT here, I wanted to make sure that I hope everyone is knowing that I am just reiterating the thing. this chartgpt.com, that application is bit different from actual model, GPT-4 model, because here it is loaded with search everything. So because of that, it is able to with some workarounds, maybe RAG, that kind of stuff that I will be talking later. They will be able to manage, and they are able to give out about latest information. But their knowledge cutoff date is, as it here it mentioned, June 1st, 2024. So actually, in that case, it won't be having that information that event that happened later after that particular date. Okay, so we need to understand that. So that model is trained up to the data available with June 1st, 2024, 1 year back, right? But if you ask some questions here, you will be getting the latest. Say for example, what yesterday's, give me yesterday's news. It will give is it will be able to give, because it is saying that it's searching AI, right? So basically it is tool calling. It is calling that tool, AI search tool. So in that case, it is able to give that July 31st news. Okay. So it is, so the context information, it is giving India specific news, right? First of all, when we talk about ChatGPT, but normally whenever even myself talking about that ChatGPT and GPT-4 or any models, interchangeably we are using. But in specific context, we need to specifically mention whether it is ChatGPT or GPT-4 or any specific built-in model. Okay. Especially when doing developments, we always care about model, right? So in that case, even if I'm telling ChatGPT, that means it is GPT-4 or whatever model we are using from development perspective. So that I wanted to highlight. The relation with NLP and data science, that I already talked, right? So because of the data science, now we are seeing growth, especially NLP. NLP stands for natural language processing. That is the very growing thing. That LLMs, everything is advanced development of NLP. That I will be talking about NLP related skill. So basically, it's all interconnected. So how to use AI? So if you are running a business, is for automation, marketing, especially marketing. I personally used it in various different ways. I added a lot of videos about doing digital marketing with the help of AI. But that I created last year. This year, better that AI models improved further. Maybe I will be adding more exploring that. But the concept is same. How to use, say for example, if you want to get lot of emails with the help of now agentic AI, we can just ask it to collect email IDs for promoting this product. Just we have to tell the product, it will be doing all the things. That is completely different thing. That is where we have to use AI now. If you are doing some business digital marketing, if you are still using old way of doing marketing, then your competitors will be overtaking you with the help of AI, because AI is very powerful. We need to that is why we need to know about the agentic AI, creating AI agents effectively, that kind of stuff that I'll be talking later. Okay, so let me quickly now that as I said, it is very difficult to go through all the details step by step. Then it is not possible to. So I will be just giving overview only. Okay. So how to use AI in the sense for business owners? It is like doing automation and marketing. Automation will save a lot of time and it will improve the accuracy. Since I am from test automation, I know the difference between doing manual automation and test automation. It is one part of automation. Similarly, AI can do the automation in unimaginable way. So that all the benefits of automation will be coming up with that kind of stuff. And creators, obviously everyone is now using for writing and design, but it can be improved better if you are good at prompt engineering, if you are familiar with the agent creations, everything. In that case, a lot of things can be automated even for creating purpose. Okay. Lot of tools are there, right? That kind of tools already, lot of tools are there. I posted a lot of blog posts about that kind of thing, listing the tools, how to use Jasper, that kind of stuff. Okay, Notion, every almost all the things now they integrated. Even the Gmail also now we can use AI, right? So it's now all the major businesses are integrating that writing things. I hope everyone is using Grammarly for writing, right? So it is there in everywhere. Even if you are going to post in on any social media, it will be automatically triggered, right? So development, as of now, there is a huge demand for doing development, but in the coming days, all the developments will be done by AI itself. Okay, so like we need to know that is what I repeatedly telling. We need to try to understand the overthink, but it's okay for time being. We can use it for specific purpose, but it is always like better to understand the overview or long-term vision of how it's going. So now developers can easily use it for doing any kind of development. Personally, I am using it for say for example, previously a few weeks back, I did one custom changes for one of our customers of timesheet software. So previously, last year, similar things I took 4 5 days. So with the help of ChatGPT, I was able to do it in a few hours. So for that purpose, we can use, say, for example, if we have to create a lot of 10 consoles and a lot of validation and things. We can just ask ChatGPT to create that kind of stuff. We can manually verify all the coding. Okay, just maybe everyone is familiar with that. But if you are asking it in the vibe coding tool, even you can give the end tool. Like we can just upload the screenshot. Here also we can do that. We can just suppose if we want some controls, we can create draw it on using any, even if with manually you can write with the pencil, and you can upload that image, and you can ask it to create that kind of controls on any HTML, CSS. It will be immediately giving the code like that. Trying to blog post. I created a lot of blog post. I maybe suppose if you want to create some form like anything radio, right? You can just try it. Just a simple example I'm trying to can be used for any kind of complex things for adding validation. I'm talking about doing it in a step-by-step way, but vibe coding tools that I won't recommend. That will save a lot of time. Kind of tool. And here, if you are using this chart, it will be keeping the context of previous questions. Okay, but if you want to have completely different one, better always start the new chart. Okay, it's a very simple tip. And here, if while entering something, if you type enter, it will be submitted. So you have to use enter. If you are going to add few lines, like if you are giving some instructions and if you are going to start some things, you have to use script enter, right? You can specify the technology, or you can just say create web page like that also. Whatever I'm typing is not a correct way, but for example, so I'm telling this for a very beginner, so everyone should be knowing this, right? But what I'm saying is this is the best way. Okay, so you got to manually do it one by one, of just giving the goal and using vibe code tool. So you can just draw using pencils or somewhere your design, and you can scan it and submit here, and it will creating the, it has created the code, right? Get the form. The canvas also, that we can test it. Canvas has preview option, and the type say edit something. It's functional, right? For that purpose we can use it. That is what I recommend. Okay, we have to do it in a step by step way, so that we will be here. We can give like add validation, like you can naming standard, everything. That is what prompt engineering. Okay, either you can do it in an iterative way, step by step we can do, or in the first time itself you can the prompt engineering, the help of proper prompt engineering, you can provide like what the technology you should be using, what are the validations it consider, what is the naming standard, that kind of stuff. So you can whether it should be mobile friendly or not. Okay, there are two things, as I said. One is doing it step by step, but in case of development perspective, doing step by step may not be that much feasible, right? In that case, we have to do everything as a system prompt while creating an application. We are doing it in through an AI application. That application that should have all the details in the first prompt itself. Okay, that is the unique skill. So that is what right now we needed, right? Writing the prompts, like what are the things. It includes like as I said, a naming standard, language. What are the language? Whether it should be translatable, uh, like uh, uh, that case. Say here it is using UTF-8, right? By multi-byte language. So that kind of skills we needed while creating a applications. But for using through ChatGPT or Gemini or DeepSeek, that kind of stuff, that we can do step by step. We can fine tune it. You can ask it to rewrite the code with validation, like that. We can ask. Okay, that is not a problem. We are using manually through this kind of web interfaces. Write it by rewrite it by validation. It will be adding validations. But it's again, it's a very vague prompt. But if you want what kind of validations required, but anyway, as I said, instead of unnecessarily spending, it will be giving suggestions. We can ask, suppose if it is good, go ahead like that. We can set. Otherwise, we can ask it to modify. Check whether cube live is. So developers should use AI tools very effectively. Uh, Otherwise, it is very difficult, right? AI tools is, but that difference is, or my suggestion is, we have to have full control, right? Without our control, allowing the tool to do everything its own way means it's very difficult for maintenance, and even it will be having security issues. So it is better to avoid that kind of tool. But now, yeah, that the codes Copilot is integrated everywhere in like VS Code. We can use it right everywhere, and Cursor, that kind of vibe coding tools are having full-fledged support. Okay, if you are not familiar, maybe sometime I will explain that also. But the best way is, my suggestion is better. At least we have to start using ChatGPT, that kind of tools for creating the code instead of creating it manually to save a lot of time. That case we will be having full control. But if you are allowing some agents to do it fully with its own way means it's difficult, and it's not good for career perspective also. So what we need to learn? So obviously we have to learn Python. I published one book to talk about how to use Python for AI development. I included that AI course. Okay. So as I said, you can get my AI course just for 300 rupees and $8 or $8 during this offer period. It includes nine around 8 hours of more than 8 hours of tutorial. We need to obviously everyone. It's not about AI for any kind of developments. It's important to learn GitHub. Okay. So if you are very beginner, you can go through GitHub and you can find lot of sample applications, and you can go through. Just you can start going through, or you can like you just take a copy and modify it according to your own. Yes, that way will be better. But first, if you are starting in very beginner, I would suggest first learn the Python and go through my book, as I said, that Python development for AI. So that way it's better. But once after you are comfortable with fundamental things, better you can go with altering existing. Lot of courses are there, and every platforms like Hugging Face, Kaggle, and that kind of every important platforms are also providing sample code with models. Okay. And frameworks, it is a big topic. I don't want to spend more time talking. Frameworks are good in some perspective, they are bad in other perspective. Especially for beginners, I would suggest start doing the coding without frameworks for learning purpose. And only you will be knowing about how it's working things. If you straight away using frameworks means it is difficult to understand the flow and logic inner workings. Okay. But for production things, it is important to use LangChain or any kind of libraries. Okay, so I would suggest learning LangChain and LangGraph. That also, for that also I have videos and books in my course, but they are not adding any new features. That will make our job easy. Instead of, say for example, you are creating some AI chatbot using Gemini, and if you want to replace the Gemini with OpenAI's GPT-4, in that case you have to manually go through all the documents from OpenAI and replace the Gemini related connections with OpenAI related connections, right? In case of LangChain, you can simply change it. Okay, instead of using that OpenAI Japanese that class, you can just use that OpenAIs. That of in that case, it is very easy, and you can simply change it. You need not worry much about other testing. Because their library, they already tested it heavily. But the problem is they keep on updating. So it is very important to choose the appropriate version. So that kind of stuffs are there. That is a huge topic that I already talked in one video. For beginner, we need to understand that we have to start with very simple basic coding. Then only we have to use the libraries. But we have to use the libraries because in case of agentic AI, that kind of stuff, that everything, that complexity is very high. In that case, we cannot go with simple things, right? Usually, it is difficult to create a code individually, step by step. Okay, so in that case, straight away we have to use the libraries like LangChain and RangGraph. They are open source libraries only. We can go change that according to our own use. So as I explained, we have to use the ChatGPT effectively by knowing about proper prompt engineering, and you can share the chart with others to get feedback, and can use customize and memory setting. I already explained those things. Completed a lot of try to go through very quickly in this. Machine learning is a subset of AI that focuses on computers to learn from data and make predictions or decisions without being explicitly programmed. That I explained, right? I explained that with examples of that salary to grade to salary, right? So in that case, actually machine learning, if you are very beginner, we need to understand the hierarchy, right? AI is an umbrella term. Okay, it's a just a term, not a particular thing. Concept is, it is just trying to simulate the human intelligence, but it's not like that. It's not able. Currently, it's not up to the level. Okay, that I already explained in one of my videos in a very detailed way. Though we are calling it as artificial intelligence, there is no intelligence associated with. Though that LLMs and everything is looking very powerful, they are not working in like our human. Our human brain is cognitive, right? It's the actual intelligence. But these AI-based systems are fully working based on prediction, that kind of stuff, predicting the sequence. That is the fundamental of that thing. So that is completely different. What I'm trying to say is AI is the umbrella term, artificial intelligence. Within that, we have machine learning, which is a subset of AI that focuses on finding patterns from the data to train that model and use that model for doing predictions without doing explicit program. So it's like training. Training will give that ability to find the patterns automatically without requiring any kind of programming. Okay, that is machine learning. It's kind of a subset of okay. And and again, machine learning, advanced machine learning is deep learning. Deep learning is again subset of machine learning. So we can say that deep learning is like, but again, though we are calling it deep learning, it's again machine learning only, but it's advanced thing. Remaining other machine learning, we can say like we can just to differentiate, we can call them as traditional machine learning. That I will be talking detail. So AI is the umbrella term. ML is the subset of AI. DL is again the subset of ML. Okay. Um, so lot of examples are there. One is aware of that kind of self-driving cars and ChatGPT, that kind of stuff. So other than that, spam filters every day we are using, right? Gmail, if you are getting spams, it's automatically sent into the spam folder by helping us to save a lot of time. And that is happening with the help of that kind of. Normally, initially, companies who are creating spam filters, they will create set of data like this email is good, this email is spam. Like that, they will prepare the data. They used to train the model with that data. So from that model, it will understand the patterns. Okay, without specifying that, normally it will be internally, it will be using something. Say for example, if it is including the words like free, like that means it will be considering as spam. But we want to specify that in case of rule based traditional, very very beginning, long back, it was rule based AI. In that case, if it is if, then that kind of stuff. If it has this word free, then we have to mark as spam. That is not current machine learning based AI. That was a very old way of thing, rule based AI. Okay. um, but in case of machine learning, it will be finding the patterns. We are not going to say like consider these words, not like that. Okay. So we will be just giving the samples. Only thing is, in case of supervised learning, we will be giving labels like this. These are the mails that needs to be considered as spam. Like that, we will be giving labels, and from that, that model will be automatically finding the patterns. And if you give some new unseen email, it will be start working properly. Like that is the power of machine learning. Okay. That is the reason why we are seeing huge growth, especially with the help of deep learning. I will explain that later, but deep learning is playing very important role. Okay. So a lot of other examples, Netflix, YouTube recommendations. That recommendations are now able to give very relevant videos, right? That are all done with the help of AI. If I hope everyone is familiar with these things. I'm just telling. Self-driving cars, driverless cars are best example of AI. AI, especially that involves a lot of things, including computer vision. That I will be talking detail when telling about computer vision. Okay. So machine learning is teaching a child. Okay, we are showing them examples. That is data. Okay, in our example, I explained with spam. Right, the spam mails are data that are examples. We are just showing them. From that, it will find the patterns. Okay, that learning process is training. Okay. So another advantage is improvement. It can keep on improving data. So machine learning involves three key steps. One is data collection, another is training the model, and last one is testing. And uh, the data collection, it could be anything from customer purchase is to medical records or even image of cats and dogs. So any kind of thing. In our example, the first example, we were talking about um, that spam mails, right? In that case, collecting the emails uh, spam emails and good mails, that kind of data we have to prepare. So the data collection is very important. If you are doing it very properly, then only that models will be working fine. If our data is not clean, or it is having biased information, or it is not formatted properly, then that models won't work, or it may work in a biased way. So that is very important training for training any kind of machine learning. But I don't know whether this way of theoretically telling will be effective. Sort of showing examples. Actually, our live class I used to do, but within 2 hours it's difficult to do. I hope. Okay, so I'll be just giving some overview. So if you are interested in learning more examples, everything, maybe you find that starting on August 7th. So training the model. Once after creating the data collection, doing the data collection, keeping it in a standard format, then we can train that algorithm, analyze to find the patterns. In case of classifying the animals, cats and dogs, or cats and non-cats, we got to provide a lot of cat images, animals with proper labeling. And the testing or evaluation is important. That to any kind of software development, the models also needs to be tested, evaluated. So that case, if it is fine, then only available for the common people see. That is now a lot of different things are there, not like other traditional things. Here, evaluation, validation. Maybe it may not be exactly matching with the traditional way of test. Let me talk about example. So this one, it's a common thing. Beginners should be knowing about these things, types of machine learning. Okay, supervised learning, unsupervised learning, reinforced learning (RL). Okay. In case of supervised learning, it will be they will be given labeled data like pictures of cats are labeled as cat and dog labeled as dog. Okay, so it will be like learning from that data. Okay, so the spam filter example also same thing, right? Initially, that companies will be spam samples and non-spam. From that, they are learning. That is supervised learning. In case of supervised learning, it involves a lot of human effort and time, right? And that case, unsupervised learning will be better. Okay. That will automatically finding the pattern, grouping the customers into segments, their and their purchasing. That is unsupervised. And reinforcement learning, it is more towards like it's learning trial and error. Okay, so it will be receiving rewards for good actions and penalties for bad. Like, but recently it is very playing important thing. For example, training a robot to walk, games, computer games, that and all, that will be improving day by day when they were lot of okay, trial and error thing. It is predicting doing properly, it will be getting rewards, and if it is judging wrongly, supervised and supervised learnings were there. So this one I used to explain with Google Teachable. Teachable machine dot with google.com. You can search it, it get started. Here the examples are there, right? Detecting metal, now taking the detect marshmallow or not marshmallow, starting person or dog. So here we can do it ourselves without doing any kind of some simple project. So here I'm talking about the supervised learning, right? So supervised learning in the sense here we have to give the data through webcam or upload, and here we have to give the labeling. So that labeling process important. So a few years back, it was primary thing. So, you might have heard about a lot of companies, they are doing that labeling kind of work, right? So normally some companies will outsource that. We can that kind of job. Okay, that is labeling. But now because of advanced things, learning other things and first learnings, and some people will be thinking that supervised learning is for traditional thing and deep learning, and so not like that. Traditional machine learning also having both supervised and unsupervised. Deep learning also having supervised and supervised. Wanted to let me first maybe you can take the same thing like cat and dogs. One cat. This is data preparation, right? Preparing images, and then we have to do the cat image. So here this data collection involves lot of things. It is different varieties. That it's a huge topic. I will be separate training, that image. So this is labeling. Case of supervised learning, we prepare the data and we label it. It is cat, this is cat, this is cat, like that we labeled. And here dog, this is dog, like that we label it. Now the next thing is model. Here in case of our actual thing, lot of things like model algorithm selection, like a lot of things are there. But here, as for the simple example, we are using this, right? So then we are using some model. So we are going to train the model. Some advanced options also there. Epochs means number of epochs, how many times it has to the iteration, and batch means how many images. Already we have 3 images only. So if there are more number of thousands of images, we have to set the batch so that our CPU in this get this Google CPU. Now we have a very simple example. I'm training it. So now it's preparing training data. Standard format. I will show that when I am doing it with the YOLO model. What is preparing training data? Here we provided in our own format, but for the model it should be in certain training is going on of iteration. In case of YOLO model, we can see the each step that I will be showing when computer vision. So now training now we can use it file or can log image. Happen. got close. Hello,
We can hear you.
they can leave. But the overview is clear, right? So we got to prepare the data and then to train the model, then we can start using. There it's showing some score, right? That is confidence. It is high, like 80%. Mean you can say that it properly.
Okay.
Again, overview is like we have to prepare the data. That is supervised, right? So we have to prepare the data, uh, collect the data first, and we have to label that, and then we have to train the model. Then we can start using. It's called a scene. In case of supervised learning, there are different things like classification, detecting whether transaction is fraud or not. So similarly, this one also, in our current example, cat and dog, that is classification, and case of like spam or not spam, fraud or good transaction classification. So lot of algorithms are there. Like whenever we are talking about model, that is the selection of that algorithm. We are choosing some algorithm, we are calling it as right. So starting with that algorithm, then that model will be trained with data. That is why we are giving that common name as model instead of saying okay. Really, it will be starting with the empty algorithms, just algorithms. Then after training with data, it will be having that weightage. Okay, in case of deep learning, it's called weight bias. That I will show how to say model and how to so classification algorithms are a lot of algorithms, logistic regression, decision trees, support vector, SVM.
Can't view your screen.
Now it's right. Hello, hello.
Yes, yes, we can see the screen.
So classification algorithms are logistic regression, decision trees, support vector machines, and neural networks. If you want to get more details, I would suggest going to that sklearn website. Okay, scikit-learn. That will be clear details with lot of examples. In my blog, I put lot of examples using as a scikit-learn library. I provided the code itself. Here they provided full details about classification. So classification is, as I said, it is like detecting whether like it's a cat or dog, whether it's spam or not, or like that kind of classifying the thing. Okay. Regression is predicting continuous value, like the stock value, kind of stock prices, sponsors, business, continuous value. It is like classifying. and clustering is grouping. So for each thing, that certain set of algorithms are there. Here in case of classification, gradient boosting, nearest neighbors, random fall, logistic, lot of things. But as I said, it is for certain kind of people who wants uh, people who want to have their career in machine learning kind of stuff very deeply. But my suggestion is right now that pace already crossed. Okay, still that openings are there, that need is there. That is different thing. But the major part is towards generative AI. Okay, so here everything is there that I showed in that Hugging Face website, right? Nearly 2 million models are there. Okay, so all the models are there like actually there will be more than that number. They manually verified that things, right? So in that case they're somewhat good. Okay, so we can confidently use that models, okay, instead of being much about the okay. But you should be knowing about it. Even for using the models, in somewhere we got to provide which algorithm it has to use. That kind of details are there. So learning fundamental about these things is essential. That is necessary. Okay, but having deep knowledge about it, that is a separate topic. But we should know about these things, because in the simple coding also we have to somewhere specify. First of all, we should know which model. Suppose your business asking you to do something for his business, and first of all you should know which model you have to choose, right? For that you need to know the problem properly, and based on that you need to choose the algorithms models. So that perspective you should understand these things. Even if you go through that taking base, it will be like a classification or regression like that, that models are, right? About that basics, classification, know about this classification, that kind of stuff, and know about their association. Some algorithms can be used for both things also. For example, gradient boosting, it can be used for classification, it can be used. Yeah, just I'm telling these algorithms that algorithms are based on mathematical things that I explained, right? That were developed long back. The regression is predicting continuous values, estimating house prices, stock market. So that regression algorithms are this one current. So unsupervised learning is it operates without labeled data. So in our supervised learning, we provided like cat and dog, right? So here we won't be giving that; it will be automatically finding that. Okay. So based on the patterns, based on some data, it classifying, mostly clustering, unsupervised or clustering, grouping the analogies and archaeologists and it. In case of supervised things, say for example, correcting language as letter A or letter B, C, like that. If you already know that, we can group, right? So in case of new language, people are finding at any archaeological site, they need to like have certain pattern finding knowledge, right? So with that only they are able to read the text. Otherwise, they cannot do that. It's the same thing. Unsupervised learning is without any labeling things, without any kind of that my algorithms will be able to like find the patterns, especially that segmentation, clustering kind of. The algorithm, key algorithm is key means, k means. Okay, so why ML is important? That machine learning, the importance is that automation, right? It saves a lot of time. Yes, if you plan to do like in case of cat and dog identification, if that machine learning that pattern is not available, we have to do a lot of things. Like we need to count the number of like various things. Manually, we have to write the coding, right? Like We have to first find out the difference between both animals, and we have to check whether that particular feature specific to cat is there. Like it's a completely tedious process. That is what I'm trying to. But in case of uh, machine learning, it will be done automatically. But in case of supervised learning, you have to provide that labeling. That is manual work. But in case of unsupervised learning, that also we don't need. And as I explained previously, it will be improving for timing and the time additional data based on the user feedback. A lot of things are there for. So since its ability to analyze vast amounts of data, it can solve complex problems that is built to handle. So challenges, obviously data quality. As I explained previously, that data quality is important. If you are providing good data, then only that model will working in a good way. Otherwise, poor data quality, irrelevant data means it will be giving inaccurate results. Say for example, in our example of dog and cat, that example, if you are just training with only one specific of cat, and if you are trying to use it for another kind of cat, then it won't work, right? So in that case, the data should be having variety of things, and different colors, different sizes, like that, different angle to photos, right? So that kind of things are there. That is what data quality. Okay, and a bias. If that data is using only one kind of a cat, then it won't be able to detect other kind, right? That kind of bias is there. The common example is bias example is that facial recognition. If it is trained with one for people, then it won't be working for another kind of people. So this one key thing, a lot of people are talking about it because this require computing power. Computing power in the sense it needs in turn it needs energy, right? So it's like environment is for that. Now they're trying to improve the performance of the models and the training process. A lot of uh, things are getting improved. Even AI specific processor like TPU are there. So let me try to complete everything. Still I thought of showing everything, code samples. You need that kind of get my recorded course, or if you interact with things and so as I explained previously, deep learning is again subset of machine learning. It uses neural network. Okay, that is the key difference. I will explain about neural network that TensorFlow background. Is inspired by human brain. It requires large data and powerful computing. That is another difference. Machine learning can traditional machine. As I said, deep learning is also machine learning. So better I will like traditional machine learning whenever I am comparing with learning. Okay. Yeah, that traditional machine learning algorithms will be working properly even when we have certain data, fewer data. Okay, but deep learning requires a lot of data. It is both advantage and disadvantage, right? Advantage, disadvantage in the sense we need to collect a lot of data, need to have a lot of data. That is disadvantage. Advantage in the sense it is able to do processing of large data means that accuracy and performance will be good, right? So that is the thing. That is actually mostly it is used like in advantage manner because creating data these days is not that much difficult, right? So you can get a lot of data and can use deep learning so that the accuracy and the speed everything will be better. Okay. So almost all the modern AI applications are using deep learning, especially the powerful ChatGPT. That kind of LLMs are using deep learning based transformer all about deep learning. I will show that So you can explore it even before start doing any kind of actual learning, creating code, everything. You can simply use this here I am just I'm just going to explain about AS. Okay, but actually you can explore it so that how it's working. Okay, so here we can see the epoch number of iteration, how many iteration it takes complete that. Here futures are input, right? So I'll be in a recorded course I added one video about how to train a model, learning model. There I explain. But here for the purpose of completing this slides, I'm just showing this the input layer, then hidden layers and output layer. If you are having hidden layers, then only it's called as deep learning. Deep means it's having more layers, right? Otherwise, it will be called as artificial neural network, ANN. But right now, whenever we are talking about neural network, we are obviously telling about a deep learning one. That means we having hidden layers. So if you it will take more time if I start explaining all these overall things we need to understand, right? We have to have input, but here, having a number of can add that connection on right biases, multiplying factor bias is additional. So it is I try to explain the inner working. You can watch it in recorded code. So ultimately, that training process, you finding like weights between neurons. Weights means generally we can call weight. That is the purpose. Okay, uh, like uh, maybe it will take more time. I am not trying to explain here, but like here we can just assume that we have to find the proper weight value. This value, right? 0.17, that one. So it should be proper so that there is no loss. Loss should almost be difficult to get the complete. So for that we can set the other things, activation, regularization. Regularization L1. So that and all that problem that we already said, classification. To machine learning, traditional machine learning, it's applicable for deep learning also. And we can choose the activation function for the non-linear. Otherwise, the details I already explained. Big confusing if I give more details here. So just assume that machine learning, traditional machine learning is working in a different way. Okay, with some algorithms I already shown, right? SK here, gradient boosting, test neighbor. But deep learning will be using neural networks, that concept. Okay, that involves these layers. Okay, and finding the weights. Okay, whenever more we are talking about neural network model means it will be having weights and biases, that information. But for that deep learning to work properly, we need a lot of computing power. We need like a lot of data, large amount, but it will be fast and it will be accurate and having ability to finding patterns from a complex data and huge data also. That is the power of deep. So why deep learning? So obviously manual feature extraction is hard. Okay, suppose if we are planning to describe about any specific thing, we need to find, say for example, in case of cat and dog finding, we have to tell about fact cat, right? It should be having 4 legs, like that, of legs, eye color, like that. We have to specify a lot of features. We have to specify a lot of features. That case, deep learning will be doing everything automatically, right? So that will be. Suppose if someone is and not muting the mic, can you mute it? Thanks. Okay. So deep learning will be learning the features automatically. That will save a lot of time, and therefore we can make it work for large amount of data. Okay, and it works well for images, case of face recognition, like unlocking the they're using, right? That and all is learning. Text language translation, audio speech recognition. So almost, as I explained in that previous slide, almost in that modern AI applications everywhere it is getting used deep learning. But for some reason in the sense specifically lack of enough data. If data is very low, like fewer data, then using deep learning is not good suggestion. Okay, in that case we have to go with traditional machine learning. Still there is need to use traditional machine learning. Okay, but deep learning will be the standard or default way of uh, using the model. Okay, so right now all the models are using deep learning algorithm. So this one, as I said, you can try with that, explore with TensorFlow Playground. So in case of deep learning, everything will be automated, right? We just in case of Google Teachable Machine, we just uploaded the image. We haven't provided that the cat is there in this particular place. That edges we are not marking, right? So that and all everything will be done automatically with the help of deep learning algorithm. Otherwise, if you are using traditional machine learning, we have to first mark the edges that is there in this particular location, like deep learning versus traditional method. Feature extraction, in case of traditional learning, it's manual. Deep learning, automatic. Data requirement, less amount of data is enough for traditional machine learning. Deep learning requires more data. Performance, deep learning, it depends on data. If we are providing larger data, then it will be better. Speed, traditional machine learning is faster. And, deep learning slower. Slower in the sense it needs a lot of GP. Overall, it will be better only, but here that speed is based on the CPU and the GPU perspective. Okay. So there are different kinds of deep learning architectures. One is CNN, convolutional neural network. It is for images. That YOLO model, that kind of computer vision models are using CNN, convolutional network. And recurrent neural network, RNN, is for text related things, sequence things. Okay, text, audio, that can up. And that important one is transformer. This is a very important architecture. It is for advanced natural language processing, NLP, like ChatGPT. Actually, the transformer model has the ability to that things processing parallelly, that attention mechanism, everything, provided the power to that latest things, like that transformer architecture is used in almost all the modern like language models, especially large language models like ChatGPT. Just I'm telling example. So this transformer is the revolutionary thing. Okay, but for other purposes like for image computer and other things, we got to go with this CNN, right? For like RNN, it's almost replaced with transformer. For any specific reason, we got to still work with. So as I explained previously, it's purely based on data, other things, use cases. Based on our use cases, we have to choose. So real world applications, face recognition, that computer vision, that and all, deep learning, voice assistants, Alexa, that kind of recommendation system, Netflix, Amazon, YouTube recommendation. Most, as I said, is driving cause. Right now we are talking about AI means it's deep learning most for latest context. Challenges in deep learning needs a lot of data. Already explained that high computation power, hard to. But so this one is becoming very important factor right now. That now, because of now AI is there everywhere, but it is very difficult to control it, govern it. A lot of things are there now coming up. So in that case, the governments and the organizations, regulatory organizations are now looking for a way to analyze how the AI systems are working. But anyone right now, with whenever they are using deep learning, they don't know how it's working. We will be giving the data, it will be doing the pattern identification during training, and then it will start predicting things. It will start working for other things, right? So that is how it's working. Even the creators and the developers, researchers, no one knows how to interpret that in working. Okay. But for regulatory purpose, other things, it is right now record. Okay. That XAA is now becoming a famous one. People are expecting the reasoning part. Already reasoning kind of things already started coming up. Even the chat GPT, Gemini, everywhere you can see the reasoning. Similarly, they are expecting it for all kinds of things. Okay. But in case of deep learning, it is hard. But researchers are trying to implement that features. Okay. And overfitting is very important. We should know about overfitting and underfitting. Underfitting is that model is not having enough capability to recognize it, training data also. Say for example, in our cat dog example, we used three cats. If that model is not able to detect its say for example, we are using three cats, C1, C2, C3. You are asking to detect the C3 image and it's not able to detect it as a cat, then it is uh, underfitting, not able to work properly even for the training data. Okay. In case of overfitting, especially deep learning is prone to overfitting. For that, there are different algorithms are there to avoid that. If you are not using it properly, if overfitting occurs means it is very powerful, right? So it will be more more tweaked that it can identify the exact training data. So that is the reason why we have to use more training data in case of deep learning. Otherwise, it will be expecting something like the generalization won't happen. In case of AI, the generalization is a very important thing. You should work for any kind of thing, right? Suppose we are talking about cat. If you are training some specific kind of cats, if it is able to detect only that kind of cats, then there is no use of that kind of system, right? So that kind of overfitting will normally occur in deep learning if the training data is very limited. If you are providing different kinds of data, then it can able to create its weights and biases in a such a way that it can generalize the things. Okay. So risk of overfitting, it's same as the first point. First and fourth are almost same. Needs a lot of data. If data is not there, then overfitting will. So a lot of from especially from Python developer perspective, a lot of deep learning frameworks are there. TensorFlow, PyTorch, Keras. Keras is it's a high level API running on top of a TensorFlow. In that latest version of TensorFlow, it's having built-in that Keras itself. So we need to about the Keras now. So there are two things: TensorFlow and PyTorch. TensorFlow is provided by Google. Okay, I provided many samples with TensorFlow in a recorded course. Okay, and you can go through that. My blog post also I explained the things. It's a powerful thing and it's a production ready. That is what the unique thing. PyTorch is Facebook right now. A lot of people have started using PyTorch. Okay, initially it was limited like research and past prototyping, but now PyTorch is playing important role. So these are all the deep learning framework. So in that case, we need not worry about the inner workings of everything. Here, just we can running it blog post. Right? Here I try to compare TensorFlow, PyTorch, okay, and scikit-learn. Here I provided this example, okay. In case of this is for finding cars. So here you can just import the TensorFlow as a analysis PDF like that. Example is MNIST. MNIST is a numbers database as handwritten line. So in that case, we are going to use the TensorFlow for like identifying handwritten number. Like here it is very easy. Generally, it may be having complex things, but that the TensorFlow is that wrapper helping us to the things very easily. So we can just look, yeah, yeah, okay, and we can split the training and scaling it like that. So here we are defining the that of playground I showed, right? I should be like input layer, hidden layer, and output layer, right? So we are activation function also we right. So here we need to understand which activation function we have to give based on our use case. Okay, in that perspective, we need to learn about that, and optimizer also we have to. Right? So to know what is optimizer, what is activation, what is regularization, what is loss function. For that, you need to learn this. I explained not this one, another video in the recorded course I provided. Okay, but very basic things only. But if you want to learn about specific things and how it's working, how it's affecting your use cases, that you have to do more research. So what I'm trying to say is that creating that the neural network is very simple. Just you are defining three layers, but providing the number of neurons, okay, and specifying the activation function. That is okay, and compiling. While compiling, we have to provide the optimizer task function, and then we can train it. Okay. Once after completing the training, we can evaluate the model. Evaluate. So all the things are very simplified with simple functions. Evaluate, compile, this essential for creating the model creation. Everything is now becoming very easy. Evaluation not easy. Okay. Evaluation is once after completing the training, we have to say that it is working properly, right? It's kind of testing. Okay. So that testing, we shouldn't use the training data. We have to use the test data separately. Then only the testing, right? That is what evaluation. So prediction is actually using the model. Once after completing the evaluation, we can use that model that predict that much easy. Okay. So that is what I'm telling. These kinds of libraries or frameworks are very useful. Okay. So I have provided the download link for this IP1. Well, you can just download it. You can test it by yourself on Google Colab. If you are not familiar with Google Colab is a easy way of using like web-based system for easily learning about anything related to Python, especially AI-related things. It will be providing CPU and GPU, so we need not worry about that things. And it will be having like cell kind of things. Example. So here we can easily test sample coding. Here if you want to read some, just you can type the code here, when you execute, the results will be showing on this tab. That file normally it will be like a IPYNB. Finding some IPY file, you can just open Colab. Clearly, I download what the file for you, all the data. But if you are familiar with like a VS Code, everything, just you can start using that. It is for very beginners. Very beginners, or if your local computer is not supporting enough GPU. So these are the activation sample, right? Activation function when running that. One very important topic. It's a retrieval augmented generation, RAG. RAG stands for retrieval augmented generation. Is very very important thing. Okay, what is RAG? RAG is a hybrid AI model that combines retrieval based methods, that is fetching relevant information from a knowledge source, with generative methods, that is creating new text. Enhances language models by grounding their responses in external. So what is RAG? RAG is a hybrid AI model that combines retriever with generation. Generation in the sense generally LLMs, large language models like ChatGPT and Gemini Deep. They are large language model. Suppose if you are not familiar with LLM, let me first explain about LLMs. LLMs are a very powerful thing. Okay, we noticed it in ChatGPT, right? You ask any question, it is able to give answer. If you ask it to create poem, it will create poem. If you ask it to generate image, it will be generating images based on our prompt. Okay, so that are very powerful. They are trained with a lot of data. That is where the deep learning, we learned about deep learning, and we studied that deep learning will be powerful only when only when you provide a huge amount of data, right? So and it has the ability to process huge amount of data. So by combining that two facts, that companies decided that okay, that system is working only when providing huge data. Why not create a huge model, a huge in the sense huge data, training data, and train that with a lot of computing power, and give API access to everyone so that they can use from their computer or their application, right? So that is the thought process of developing that kinds of large language models. The base is deep learning, right? The deep learning is that unique feature, like it needs a lot of data and it will work only if you provide a lot of data. So based on that fact, that large language models, especially because of that transformer architecture, that transformer architecture will be able to process the things very quickly in parallel all that data. So in that case, it became possible. It is become feasible, and that is where that companies started like implementing that kind of thing. So now we are seeing a lot of large language models, LLMs. So LLMs are powerful. they are having certain advantages, especially NLP, natural language processing power. They have that NLP power, and but they lack a lot of things. Okay, let me let me talk about the problems with the traditional. So traditional LLMs are subject to hallucination. Hallucinations are a very important thing. Okay, it is like generating incorrect or wrong nonsense sometimes, but we don't know when it will happen, right? So that means it is applicable for all the things, right? If say for example you are personally using ChatGPT for some purpose, it's okay whenever it's giving some wrong answer. But if you are using it for business purpose, critical things, especially in finance and medical things, hallucinations are very a dangerous thing. Okay. So in that case, we cannot use LLMs in commercial setup, even if they are very powerful. Uh, that is the one big problem with LLMs, hallucinations, and limited knowledge cutoff. Each and every model is having certain knowledge cutoff date. After that, that events that are happening after that specific date, they won't be having that information. Okay, that is another thing, and the lack of private information. That large language models are trained with publicly available data. They are not having enough details about private information about your company or any other company or any private information. So in case of ChatGPT, you can ask ChatGPT about any health issue or something, but it won't be having details about yourself. Okay, that case it is not that much useful. Okay, so the lack of private information and knowledge cut off date and hallucination are the key issues related to large language models. So RAG is for addressing those things. RAG can provide up-to-date information. RAG can help getting private information, and it can avoid hallucination by ground responses by providing context. Okay, that is the key purpose importance of RAG. There are various discussions going on whether RAG really needed. For example, here we are saying that RAG can provide reliable information by including the context. Okay, the context, the RAG is record for collecting the context. Okay, but if we are able to give the full context, then what is the need of RAG? That question is rising because previously LLMs were having limited context window. Okay, we cannot push all the details. Right now, that context window limit are getting increased. That latest models are coming with more than 1 million tokens of context window. Okay, maybe if whatever I'm talking is not clear, I will be explaining with the example other things in the coming slides. Okay. So basically, what I'm trying to say is there is a huge demand for RAG, but some people are arguing that because of the latest improvements happening with the LLMs, they may not be it for RAG. But my personally, I feel that still RAG is relevant. I will explain step. So first up, we need to know what is RAG. RAG is combining the power of generic, that is LLM, as well as retriever. Retriever is nothing but Google search, that kind of thing, searching database. Okay, getting information by doing search at data repository. Okay, so we are combining power of both things. In case of traditional retriever process, we cannot use NLP. We have to use keyword based. Okay. But in case of LLMs, we can use NLP, natural language. You can ask it in Tamil. So that kind of thing, semantic search, a lot of advantages there with the LLMs. But LLMs lack these three things. Haven't mentioned private information. That also three things are major shortcomings with LLMs: limited knowledge cut-off date issue, and hallucination issue, and lack of private information. that can be addressed with the RAG. So how does RAG work? The first step is user ask question. Okay, so it is user query and retrieval. Retriever is a model retrieves the relevant documents from a knowledge source based on the query. It is relevant context information. Generation is generating response based on the. I will show with the diagram. So diagram is visible, right? I will continue. Here, here that we are going to combine LLM generation with the retrieval. Retrieval augmented generation. We are augmenting with the retrieval process. Otherwise, simply combining the power of retriever and the LLM. So the first step should be like we can like separate it in two ways. One is like one-time process or offline process. Okay. Say for example, you are going to create a chatbot for giving support about your product. Okay. So first, we should have the product information. Okay. So otherwise, it will be a very general chat, right? So for product information, assume that you are having that details. Say for example, you are having different products. Okay. Here, assume that you are going to create a chatbot, customer support chatbot, and you have details about your products, documents. Okay, so in that case, you can split the document content into different chunks and convert that chunks into embeddings using LLM embedding. It's a huge topic. I already did a separate webinar for RAG. Suppose if you want to learn that, you can contact me. I can teach it one-on-one coaching, or I have plans for separate training process for RAG training. Okay, that already I talked about it 2 days back. You can check my 2 days back video, live video. Okay, there I provided the link for registering for RAG. Okay, because it is difficult to explain everything in this one webinar. Okay, but the concept is simple. Like we are doing the embeddings of that documents after doing chunking. Okay, and putting in a vector database. There are various vector databases like open source databases like ChromaDB and Facebook provided FIRES and managed vector cloud-based vector databases like Pinecone. Like a lot of vector databases are there. Vector databases are like that are more optimized for storing the embeddings. Embeddings are like numerical representation of the data. Okay, like that you can simply assume. Maybe separate session I will be. So its embeddings are mathematical representation that it can include the semantic meaning. Okay, so it will be doing the semantic search whenever we are doing the search vector database. Because of vector search, that search will be faster. It's obviously clear, right? Whenever we do the search of numbers, it will be better than doing text, right? So in that case, that speed will be better in case of vector database, and that semantic meaning will also be there. If you are searching for Chennai, it can include Madras also. Okay, for sad, it can include Taro also, like that semantic meaning. Not only literal meaning, semantic meaning, somewhat related things. Okay. If you are talking about bat, it can include ball also. So that is what vector database are storing the details in vector database. It is one-time process or offline process, and online process or regular processes. User is asking query, like asking some details about your product, specific product XYZ. That also converted into embedding, because for doing the search, both things be in embedding format, right? Then so that embedding should be done with the same embedding model. You are using here OpenAI's embedding model. Again, you have to use the OpenAI's embedding model. Here, if you are using sentence transformer, that's embedding model. Here also you have to use the same thing. Okay, that is one criteria. And once after doing the query embeddings, you can do the vector search. The DB for that query, and it will be returning. It will be doing cosine similarity, that kind of search, and it will be like returning for like top k results. We can say, for example, if you want two things, you can just take the top two results that are more contextually relevant, and you can take that context information and augment that query by combining that user query plus that context information and any kind of system prompt. System prompt in the sense, we can ask like give instruction like use this context for answering, okay, or any other thing based on your use case, and that LLMs will proper as to hallucination context latest. You can just add that document, latest document here. It will, if you have some private information, you can include that in the document. Private information. That is the fundamental of RAG, but lot of things are there related to RAG. It's not that much simple implementing it, making it work. Okay, but the concept is very simple. Okay, it is a fundamental concept, but there are different RAG techniques, and the pipelines can be like made complex based on use cases. A lot of things are there. Okay, I spend a lot of time in studying about RAG. So if you are interested to implement RAG for your business, you can contact me for doing it in an hourly basis. Whenever I am talking about hourly basis, the hours should be booked. Okay, previously it's not about estimating time or other things. I am not involving that kind of thing. Okay, so if you agree with that, you can contact me for developing any kind of AI applications or implementing RAG pipeline for your business. So it is a very fundamental of RAG, very simplified RAG. Okay, but RAG doesn't mean that we need to use vector search other things, but it is a common thing. RAG is just augmenting the generation process with the retrieval. It can be even a keyword search, BM25, that kind of things also can be used. Okay, that can also. So components of RAG. Already we have seen that. I'm just going through this slide. Retriever is searches. Retriever searches a large knowledge base for relevant. Generator is knowledge sources external database. Like it can be anything. Yeah. Applications of RAG, question answering, accurate answers, chatbots, more informed context. As I explained, if you're providing your product details with latest prices, everything in that knowledge, okay, whenever ask question and that relevant context information is passed to the LLM will be giving relevant reply, exact price, other shipping details of the product, right? It is useful for the user means it is good for the business. So for content creation, I was simply asking ChatGPT to write something. You can upload some content to as a knowledge, and you can ask ChatGPT to write based on that content. All this that first be familiarize your notebook. One, it is RAG. Okay. If you want to experience RAG without doing any coding, and apart from that RAG concept, I would suggest like explore this for other purposes, planning, for creating podcast. Okay. Here you can just create and you can upload. You can give websites, sites, Google, and put something private information. And then you can start asking it. I already created many of here. I added this current market. Here I can ask anything about answers. Actually, it is very useful. Even we can use other people's knowledge source also if they are sharing it. Very interesting. Ask it, get study guide. Completely different topic. I already created one video, but the concept you can easily realize it. What is RAG? If you want to know what is RAG, just to come to Notebook LM, upload some private information there, and start talking with. Upload latest information, private information, or whatever information you want. Like even you can add a lot of PDF files. It will be taking the content relevant to your appropriate. I added 10 model context. So if you want to learn model context and add relevant info, start with the study guide. If you are studying some history, timeline will be used. You can ask like explain more. So here the documents, it will that data will be based on these documents. Okay, it won't, there is no chance or maybe less chance for hallucination. Very difficult to avoid 100% hallucination. But because we are grounding that LLMs with the those details, it is better. And the source also there. If you have any questions, you can just refer that, providing the reference doc from which document you are saying this. So it is more reliable. Okay, it's a medical law, finance, for that kind of stuff. It is more important. Researchers, it is mostly used by researchers. But for any kind of research, for creating YouTube video, for anything, article writing, everything we can use it. Okay, that free option is almost enough. Okay, it's having premium also, but free option also it's good. Okay. So if you want to learn about RAG, first of all, to understand the need, everything, better explore Notebook LM. I have created a separate video to explain it in a detailed way. Notebook LM, RAG tutorial, everything is there. Want to better course? I am selling 100 rupees. What you can PPT blog, that is my blog, Quality Point Technology, blog.qualitypointtech.com. There I have been updating content, blog posts. Initially, I spent time for uploading, adding details about web development, especially PHP, MySQL development, and then later on I added like the emerging technologies. Now I am focusing specifically about AI. Okay, you can find a lot of AI related things. And other than that, I created a recorded course, 8 hours of tutorial video, 9 AI, selling it just right now, $8, just to get the feedback. Okay, later on I will be increasing the price to 1,000 rupees. If you want to stop this, buy it. Just to come to my blog and click this link. Okay, there you can find the details, and if you are in India, you can use the QR code. But it's a manual process. After making the payment, you have to contact me. Provided my mail ID as American at gmail.com. I am not sending reply. Mostly I will be sending it in 1 or 2 days. If for some reason, if your mail is reaching spam or any kind of issue, or in that case, use this WhatsApp number. But primary contact is Gmail only. Don't use WhatsApp number unless. Uh, if you are in other countries, you can make $8 payment to my PayPal link. It is about here I listed all the videos. Here notebook LM also I have provided. Okay, and tag also videos, and graph, almost everything I explain in a detailed way through videos and these ebooks, 9 AI related ebooks, including mastering agentic AI. If you are interested, you can buy it, share your feedback. For getting feedback only, I am selling it for very low price. Enough feedback. Actually, very I even I gave free copies back. Now I am selling it for just, but I will be increasing the price at the actual price. And apart from that, another opportunity I would like to share is this live I am going to start on August 7th. Very, very useful for having interactive display. I will be guiding the participants to complete the there. I can help them if they are facing any difficulties. Okay, that is it's just again here said discounting just 3,000 rupees in India, $80. Can go through the details, timing, other things, everything here. And also I find the things here detailed explanation. Okay. Okay. Here, if you are interested, you can do the registration in India using QR code or UPI ID, this ID, and you have to contact me to get that Google for joining that. Other countries people they can use this PayPal link. Okay, that's all about live coaching. Live coaching is a rare opportunity. Planning to do it on August 7th. That is my second batch. You can make use of that. If you are not having enough time to attend the live coaching, want to plan in a convenient timings, then you can buy this recorded course. Okay, that recorded course is available at Udemy also, ratings at the Udemy I provided. But I would suggest buying from my blog. The offer and getting frequent updates, a lot of information about any free webinars. Okay. Let me continue this. Now I hope I made some explanation about RAG, but it's not complete detail. I understand because of lack of time. It's okay as of now. Okay. So a lot of applications, RAG applications are there. As I said, if you want to know that power of RAG, So first of all, it is important for making it use in the business set of LLMs. So we can imagine, or we can think about a lot of RAG applications. Okay, almost everything LLM, wherever we are using LLM, it should contain a RAG to avoid hallucination. Okay, so advantages, same thing, right? Access to real-time or updated information, reduces hallucination. Okay, basically, it's combining the best of retrieval and the generation, LLM power and the search power. A limitation is again that quality depends on the knowledge source. If your knowledge source is not good, if it is not up to date, it is not having enough data, proper data, then again it won't help, right? And it is computationally expensive. First time it has to do the embedding for all the documents, then every time it has to do the query embedding, and it has to do the vector search. That kind of limitations are there, so computationally expensive. Here RAG, you can out of RAG, I compare the RAG with fine tune. RAG in the sense it is like cache that of well, it will be first time we have to set all the things as a cache. That is the concept. So here I explain the difference between fine tuning RAG. Okay, very interesting. Fine tuning involves retraining the LLM. Okay, data set. That is, as I said, it is completely different. But RAG implementation is the computation faster. Fine tuning compared to RAG. But in case of RAG, the retrieval should be done. That message. But the advantage is, suppose if you have new document, you can just put the document in the knowledge base and do the vector embedding of that. Then, but in case of fine tuning, it needs complete training. Thanks. So LangChain, but as I said, because of the lack of time, I am just everything theoretically. Okay. Uh, but in if you want like step by step with sample code, everything, I already provided sample codes in recorded course, or you can join my live course. Right now, I'm giving more offer, but from 3,000 rupees, I have option for sharing my on social media. You will be eligible for getting 800 that fee. But if you are not able to afford 3,000 rupees, then you can do in that way. Okay. So here in this free webinar, I would like to just give some overview, theoretical things quickly. Okay. So what is LangChain? LangChain is a powerful framework to simplify the development of LLM based example RAG. Okay. So in case of RAG, we already talked about RAG, right? In case of RAG, we have to create application for creating doing the embedding process, and doing like retriever, augmenting, like creating the prompt. Okay, that things that number of lines code will be high, and in case if you want to change the like LLM instead of OpenAI, planning to use Gemini, you have to spend significant time in doing code change. And, suppose instead of vector database, if you are planning to replace the Pinecone with ChromaDB, you feel that you are unnecessary money to Pinecone. In that case, again, you have to spend significant time in. Okay. I already provided sample codes my courses, so you can go through that. In that case, you can understand difficulty in getting the code, getting in the sense for making any changes. Okay, but in case of LangChain, it's a framework. Actually, LangChain now it's maturing. Okay, previously it had a lot of shortcomings. Now they're like it's a basically open source. That is one advantage. Related blog post. Okay, for creating whatever okay. Very very simple. Prompt template also. Create prompt template. That way, lot of it's a rag prompt like creating the prompt by including context prompt. That will be prompt template, and the readability will number of codes will be like lot of advantages. The chain concept is very important. In chain, like connect to one component into another component. That in case and a context for that in case of like framework, we have to or list, and then we have to that context and along with the prompt whenever we are sending the prompt. But in case of LangChain, we can easily use this uh, conversation buffer memory. That is enough. Then we can just so the lot of that kind of simplicity, maintenance, a lot of advantages are there. Okay, but yeah, we need to understand that it is additional layer always, additional step, but it's a kind of library only. Okay, but because of the complexities associated with the latest new kinds of agentic AI, that kind of advancements, it is important to go with LangChain. But my suggestion is initially try to do it without any frameworks. Simple examples. So once you are familiar with understanding the concepts, say for example, if you are planning to learn RAG, I would suggest first to do it without LangChain, then start using LangChain for actual production level. Okay. So LangChain is a powerful framework designed to simplify the development of LLM. But live will be, I will check. Here, the resources, you can see that thing. And Langchain Academy also there. So come to langchain.com and click Langchain Academy. There you can find courses, free courses. Okay. A foundation introduction to Langsmith. Langsmith is nothing but just a tracking purpose, okay, troubleshooting purpose, logging. Because this, as I said, the complexity is improving, getting more complex applications, right? So in that case, uh, like if something goes wrong, it is important to troubleshoot that by going through log, right? So in that case, in case of traditional programming, we can traditional in the sense without these kinds of libraries, we can write our own troubleshooting thing. Here we got to go with Langsmith something. For that, we have to get their API and LangGraph that I will be talking about later. Okay, so here you can LangGraph also provided by the same company. That also open source. Okay, so I would suggest using them production level applications, but for understanding the concepts like RAG or any kind of AI concepts, I would suggest do them without using any library. Once after you are comfortable, familiar with understanding of base understanding anything, any kind of concept, if you are familiar, then later on move on to that library. Okay. So LangChain provides a modular set of tools and abstractions to handle common tasks such as prompt templating. Prompt template is a major thing, and memory management, conversation buffer memory, based on that, and the chains. So we can sequence the multiple LLM calls or like connecting components linearly. Okay, and tool usage is search, calculator, API, at which document embedding. A lot of are there. Okay. But LangChain is more optimized for linear things that we need to remember. That is where that need for LangGraph is there when we have some complex node. Okay. Real life, we always have that kind of thing. But for very simple things in very minimum level only we can use LangChain. But LangChain is record even if you are going to use LangGraph for complex things that we can talk later. But as of now, LangChain is useful for this linear chaining thing. Okay. Connecting multiple components. For that, for connecting multiple components, that LangChain has one concept called runnable. Okay, so if one input of one component should be the output of uh, I mean, our output of one component is the input of another component, right? If you are connecting it as a chain, in that case, that compatibility should be there, right? If output of one component is string and the next component is expecting a integer, then there should be a conversion happening, right? So for that purpose, that is there is a excellent concept called runnable. Runnable is common. So if you are converting it, if you are like runnable, if it is runnable, if that component is runnable, then we can connect any component with any other component without worrying about the compatibility of that data types. Okay. That is what the unique thing about LangChain, runnable especially. So LangChain use cases are building customer support chatbot that takes your question, searches your documentation, summarizes relevant results, responds with a friendly, accurate. So it's a like step-by-step process, right? It takes a question and then searches the documentation and then summarizes the relevant results, then responds with friendly, accurate answer, right? Everything is step by step. In this case of step by step or linear, like processes, LangChain is more useful in the sense that number of codes will be less number of codes we can use, and we can maintenance, we can easily change the vector database, we can easily change the LLMs, or we easily first we can put the first step as a second one easily, we can interchange the steps, we can replace the things, that kind of things we can easily do it without worrying much about like disturbing the existing code. So while LangChain, the modularity, obviously the reusable components, especially the runnable, that kind of components is a very powerful thing. And because of that, it can be easily that connection of LLMs with external tool, okay, handles memory and multi-step workflow. So same thing, everything can be easily maintained using buffer memory. The agent system, so prompt template, LLM chain to agents, are the key building blocks of LangChain. So that you can learn from their website. Okay. So the one example is memory. So for that conversation buffer memory, it will be like keeping the context in the conversation. Say for example, in my recorded course, you can see that if you are asking about what is the capital of India, the first for that question, the answer will be Delhi, right? And then I'll ask tell about its population. It won't be able to tell the answer because it's not knowing about it mean what, right? But if you are keeping the context history, it can be able to do that. For that, we have to store the first question in one list, and then you have to send that list value along with that prompt. Okay, you have to manually write everything. But in case of these kinds of LangChain library, if you are using conversation buffer memory, it will be taking care of all these things. Whatever, just appending the previous question is easy. But think about if you are asking hundreds of questions, then that context will be very huge, right? In that case, it may exceed the context window, or you have to pay a lot of money for token usage, API token usage, right? Lot of things are there. That case, that buffer memory, it is high, that kind of thing is summary memory is there. In case of summary memory usage, it can simply summarize the content before sending it to the LLM. So in that case, it will be more effective. It will help you to save a lot of money from token, avoiding necessary token usage. Okay. So token in the sense I'm always talking about token. Token is nothing but it's like you're splitting the words into some like 4 or 5 letters. Okay. That is one token in the words, sentences, all the things, pricing, everything is done in the tokens. Internally, NLP is fully processing tokens. I'll be explaining more about that when I am talking about NLP. So LangChain, if you are going to use only one step, there is no use for LangChain. Multi-step reasoning only, there only we need LangChain, connecting the components. Okay. And for connecting other external tools, API, for using memory. So additional steps, if it requires additional steps, then obviously LangChain will be useful. So obviously RAG for RAG, LangChain is a good library. Next one, AI agents. For all these things, I have sample coding and running setup everything. Because of lack of time, I cannot do free webinars. Live coaching. That is, I'm charging only 3,000 rupees. That too, you can get it for 800 rupees if you are sharing it, sharing the link on any. Here I provided all samples, including the demo. So let us see about it. For that, I would like. So what is AI? So everywhere you are hearing about AI agent, AI. So agentic AI will be replace our job, right? So it's almost true. Let us see how the things are going on. AI agent is just very simple. Like it's a very simple thing. It will be taking a task. Okay, it's a task based system. But combining multiple agents, that is agentic AI systems, right? And assigning each agent for one purpose, that is completely very it's that ability of AI is becoming very powerful because of that. Something similar to because of LLM, NLP becomes very huge, right? Similarly, because of these agentic AI systems, the things are getting more advanced. But in this slide, I'm going to explain about AI agent. AI agent is a very simple system, like task specific, but it can observe, it can sense the environment. Something similar to I'm from implementation background, so I would normally I correlate with the feedback controls like that. Okay, so it will be able to observe that environment. So if you are familiar with NI10, that kind of no code, low code platforms, you should be knowing about that trigger everything, right? So it can observe. Like suppose if I will slides. Okay, so basically it can observe like in the environment, and it can do the reasoning, thinking, and acting, observing, thinking. It will take action tools. So, in case of LLMs, they are just answering our questions, right? But here it can do the task, that is agents. You can ask a agent to do something, okay? But it is LLM powered. Another criteria. Agent means it's an LLM powered system that can observe, act, not just answering, it performs tasks. Okay. It is definition of simply agent, right? Similarly, as I said, we can assign we can create a lot of agents, and it can coordinate it together. It can work, and that is what agent multi agents with a lot of memory that I will talk later. So it is AI agent. What is AI agent? An AI agent is a system that can perceive its environment, can observe the environment, make decisions. It can take the decisions and take actions. Can do something to achieve a goal. It can perceive its environment, it can make decisions, and it take actions to achieve a goal. Unlike simple workflows, agents interact with the world and respond to achieve. RAG is just workflow. Okay. So if you are comparing agent with the RAG is workflow. Yet just simply step by step we are doing, not observing an environment, not right. It is like standard procedure, something similar to programming. It is like you have to get the query, user query. You have to do the search and get the context and append along with the context and send it as prompt to the LLM. Get the response, or something, right? That is what RAG. That is workflow. RAG is workflow. But AI agent, they can perceive its environment, make decisions, and take actions to achieve. Okay. Examples of AI agents. Imagine an AI that reads your email. Okay. Suppose you are getting email like, can we meet Tuesday at 3 p.m.? And in that case, it can get that information. So it has to observe the environment. That email is environment. It is on observing whether you are getting mail. And once you get the mail, it's reading that mail and it on that environment, right? And it will check your calendar. Like that question is asking, can we meet at 3 p.m.? So you first of all, it should know whether you already have some appointment that time, right? So if it is having availability, then it can reply. So it is taking action. First of all, it is observing the environment. That is, it is reading your email, and second is taking some reasoning, like whether you have taking or reasoning. Okay, so it's doing some kind of processing, like on behalf of you, taking your calendar, and it's deciding that you have availability. Okay, then taking action. That is, it is sending reply. Yes, I am available. Added it to calendar. This is an agent perceives. Right? Decides, checks, available, acts. Okay. So first observation and decision, action. That is it. So it may be just simply by looking, it may be simple. But if you combine many agents and that kind of orchestration you are doing properly, then it will become very, very powerful. That is where that companies are able to lay off the people and replace with AI systems. Okay. Even a few days back, I uploaded a video. Bank of New York has appointed digital employees. That means AI agents replacing the actual employees. They assign the employee ID, like email ID, everything. They are giving system access to those things. It's even the hierarchy is established. They have to report to their managers. So that is the power of AI agents, especially agentic system, multi-agent systems. Okay. So, but the fundamental is their ability to observe the environment and make the decisions and then take actions. So use cases are like customer support with the search and calculations, virtual assistants for scheduling, data analysis with the Python SQL tool, business, a lot of things, a lot of complex things can be. So whatever thing, if it is following that thing, like observing the environment, taking decision and taking actions, we can consider it as a agent. So agent frameworks, as I said, LLM should be there because the definition itself, it is LLM powered thing. Okay. So prompt template like React means reasoning and action. Okay. That agent frameworks like tools in the sense like LangChain is providing this instance agent. That kind of LangChain itself provides agentic systems. Okay. But tool calling that in that program we can provide whether it has to that LangChain itself, whether it has to it's a React or some LLMs are powered with tool calling. So it's based on our context. Okay. But basically it should be able to call the external based on the reasoning and action that should be there. And memory is optional, but it is very little bit. In case of agentic thing, it has a lot of memory is a very huge concept. We have noticed about the context that is very short-term memory, and that is it is something similar to brain, right? Suppose if you are going to copy the OTP, you won't be remembering it after a few minutes, right? But if you are memorizing your friend's mobile number, your intention is you need to remember it after some time also, right? So there are different contexts. Memory will be acting in that way only. The short-term memory, it will be working for short-term. Episodic memory is like associating some events associated with some memories relating to place and timing. Like you'll be remembering that I remember this when I was studying under like that, right? So that is episodic memory. So you could recall some events based on the time period, based on your other friends, a lot of other things. So similarly, the agentic AI systems can handle a lot of memories, but here in case of simple agent, it is simple memory. That also optional, okay. But the other things, LLM should be there, and it should be using some tool, because it should be able to act, right? For acting, it needs it. Okay. So basically, it should follow these things: observation, decision, and action. Maybe I can show like some. Yes, I'm not showing lack of time. I thought, but anyway, I just did that slide explanation very quick. Slides step by step, choose the tool, get a result, continue. Step by step, choose the tool. But so when to use agents? and this is depends on context. Multiple maybe static. As I explained, for simple static things, no need to use these agents. You can use workflow. Okay, what's repeated involves multiple tools and it's a decision making. It may depend on the context. Involves a reasoning. In that case, it's okay. So simple example, okay, for that, and I'm using going to use this instance agent. Okay, that lang chain is having lang chain agents is having this instance agent. So I'm going to use one. That the overall thing is very simple. Here it is like have like a simulated weather tool. Okay, a calculator tool. Okay, there are two tools as we said. Also tool calling, right? And that tools we are defining that tools and initializing the LLM. Okay, so for that we need that API key. I will load that and that we are initializing the agent. Zero shot React. Okay, so here we are going to not going to give any examples directly using React. Example is we are going to run is what is temperature in Chennai and the score of the temperature. So for finding temperature in Chennai, it has to call this get weather tool, right? And for calculating score of temperature, it has to use this calculator tool, right? Calculator tool, we are not going to use square something. We are just evolve, okay. So it can be square root or it can be like a root square of. Otherwise, if you are going to use specific calculator, that is different. So I believe it's simple, right? So created these functions and making them as by giving. Actually, the description is important. That LLMs will be able to select the tool, uh, that description, important, and that path. PO is there, right? So before that, I will load the API keys. Okay, API keys to the environment. Running this actual use case, it should be connecting to the actual like weather providing details providing weather.org like that. Okay, actually API connection. Just for demo, I'm getting this. It is doing the reasoning, right? I need to first find the temperature in Chennai, then I need to calculate the score of that. We haven't provided anything. That lang chain that with the help of is entering new chain that is reasoning, find the temperature. Then I need to calculate the score of that temperature. Action is get weather tool because we are that available tool, right? The input is Chennai. So from that query, it is able to pick that city as in. Okay. So observation is the current temperature in Chennai is 32 degrees Celsius. That is using the help of this get weather tool, Chennai 32, right? So if it is actual thing means it should be connecting to the action is action input Chennai and observe the current temperature in Chennai is 32 degrees. Yes, that thought is reasoning is I now know the temperature in Chennai is calculate the score of 32. Score of temperature means score of 32. That for that again able to find the tool. Actually, it is taking that tool based on that description, right? Suppose if you are giving the description wrongly, description is button. It is finding the score. I now know the temperature and score of the temperature, giving final answer. Temperature 32 Celsius, the temperature 32 degrees, and the score of the temperature. We can ask instead of Chen, ask like uh, Delhi temperature 35 degrees, finding the. It seems trying to find the SQL not defined, taking power of 6. So it is automatically now it's a. So this is the power of agents, right? It is like if it the square root that function is not available, power of automatic, and it is able to find the like city name Delhi as finding able to find the city. It's able to find the action of this picking the correct weather. In the first scenario, it is taking this get weather tool. Second scenario, it is able to calculate because we are not specifying anything. It's based on all the literal text only. It is taking. Even it is able to finding this Delhi as place. For that, NLP is very useful. I will be talking about it later. Okay. So these are all really powerful things. It's only simply agent. These kinds of multiple agents are there, and if the organization is done properly, the coordination is there, and in that case, yeah, that is what agenting, multi-agent system. That is, I published that, and I included that agentic AI book also along with my course. That I'm selling that AI just for 3 now. In of that opportunity, getting feedback. So remember to share your feedback with me. If you like that, just share it with others. Okay. But later on, I will be increasing the price to 1,000 rupees. Now you can get it for just 300 rupees. And coming August 7th, I'm starting live course also, 4-week live course. 16 sessions will be there, fully interactive things, and you can register for that for 3,000 rupees. And if you are not able to afford that 3,000 rupees, you can contact me. I will tell you a way to get for discounted price. Okay. So it is about agents. Okay. going on, but viewers are not there. A lot of examples are there. Time I can. But of course, I provided option. The fundamental of terms, right? Large language model, ChatGPT. So NLP stands for Natural Language Processing, field of AI that enables machines to understand, interpret, and generate human language. It combines physics, computer science. It's a very important field in AI. It actually because of that only we were able to talk with AI systems, voice, and even that LLMs are powerful because of NLP. Actually, I have been hearing about the developments in NLP long back itself, but because of this, as I said, transformer language, that network architecture, the LLMs became famous. Now we are realizing the benefits. But NLP, that progress is happening step by step. Lot of researchers working to scientists. But because of that LLM and ChatGPT, we are coming to know about that. Researches were happening long back. I remember in the year 1999, that time itself, some companies were hiring link work with some NLP projects. Then it's so why NLP matters? It is powering tools like ChatGPT, Google Translate, Siri, Alexa, that kind of voice assistants, sample wherever we are using. Mostly the text involving parts everywhere. There. NLP bridges the gap between communication. It is like connecting the human and so key NLP tasks are tokenization. Tokenization in the sense breaking text into words. Actually, I have a lot of examples on my blog or QBT blog and find this NLP. Tokenization, important one, breaking the text into words. That involves a lot of things. How to tagging, NER, recognizing places. Example, that LangChain, that framework was find Delhi as places, right? So then that would be able to proceed further, right? A lot of other words also identify NIR places, and based on that, we did with that any named entity button. Actually, in my recorded course, I have samples of some I use the Hugging Face pipeline that will automatically do all these models model pipeline that instead of theoretically planning everything, you can easily do that. Just open a tab, just type it already. If you are new to Colab, it is very like any uh, there we are using pipeline can do this analysis. Anything in the pipeline will be automatically do. Also, it can by one. Sentiment analysis, taking M here. Say it is so positive, right? Say that it's positive like that. So it will be useful for analyzing, finding feedback about it product for various purposes. It is getting used. Translating from English to Tamil, kind of like translate text summarizes, like summarizing the article. If it, then that is why positive. Now it's a seems this but not, but somehow they just that is why we need to know about the models, which model is or what kind of task. So use finding appropriate model based on our use cases. It's a pipeline, it will be automatically. So basically, NLP involves a lot of things, especially tagging. Tagging is nothing but like identifying which noun, which, like that. Text processing involves a lot of tasks, cleaning, tokenization, top words. Top words means the and that kind of words. And the feature extraction involves TF-IDF embeddings. TF-IDF in the sense it's like time frequency, like how many times it's appearing. I explained that what is the importance of kind of IDF, that kind of. But in that RAG we learned about word embeddings, right? So that case for vector search modeling, like classification. So evaluation, it's for any kind of model. NLP also follows the same thing. Find the accuracy. Alignment. In case of text pre-processing, it involves a lot of things like converting the all the characters into lowercase, removing unnecessary punctuations, software I use powerful. This is one example. In case of normally things, it will be like 4 characters. Lot of logic involved there, but general concept. Here we were talking about this token, say whenever we are talking about an LLM, right? So that charges, fees will be based on this, how many tokens we are using. So NLP, obviously customer support chatbots, resume screenings, monitor, healthcare report analysis. Some examples, almost all text-based AI systems are powered by NLP, natural language processing. Not only text, that audio-based. So a lot of libraries are there. We need not do everything by ourselves. Like NLTK is a famous one. Task and similarly species and transformers. uh, So challenges, it is difficult to find that NLP things to identify differentiate between sarcasm and actual and finding con. A lot of things are there. That is where we are getting hallucination, right? But now they are improving in multilingual understanding. Previously it was difficult. Now we can indicate a lot of language words in a same sentence. So recent trends, obviously LLMs, everywhere LLMs are there, and multilingual also now. And from the perspective, we should be like able to use them properly. For that, we have to learn prompt engineering. That is why everyone is talking about prompt engineering. I published a separate book about prompt engineering, and I included that in my AA course along with other 9 ebooks. And I am selling it just for 300 rupees in India, $8. And just fine tuning. So it's a huge topic. I'm just giving away creating a chatbots because I explained that in my live course coding, and even I actually using it to one chatbot for my AA course promotion. I created a that comes lab. Actually, chatbot is a program that can simulate conversation. For here in the AA chatbot means have LLM, right? Also prompt engine, prompt should be. In case of Python, we can use Steamit, that kind of, and it should have memory and context. Either we can manually manage the context like a list, that kind of memory, or we can use lang, that kind of um, libraries, conversation of summaries. And if there is any record, optionally deployment. Personally, for beginners, I would suggest deploying any kind of this kind of tools on Hugging Faces spaces that provides a free deployment option. That but right bubble. You click that, ask anything about tag. It's fully optimized for a when I track it is correctly taking it. Yeah, you want me to develop such a chart for your business, but it's very simple only. Their NLP is can make it comment along that way. Also, I try. What I'm trying to say here, a chatbot. I'm just using iframe. I embedded this. Actually, it is done Hugging Face, HF. Here in the spaces, you can find a lot of things. You can create your own space. The code here. Then a what is coming. That is just create the space, and you can upload the files. Okay, here you can copy the link and so it's a very preliminary code. I haven't much time to just as an example I'm telling. So I'm using this teamlet as user. The creation is very simple. Just we are getting the details from user and maintaining the context, okay, and LLMs and training that value on that screen. Okay. But based on our use cases, the complexity, in that case, better we can use lang chain if have to do by the meantime. a very huge topic. Just I was typing the slides, but showing YOLO code time and get the. Or if you want more interactive discussions, you can join to my data now. So what is computer vision? Computer vision is the field of AI that enables text data is for NLP, right? Natural language. Case of image data or video data, it mimics computer human vision. So it's a key component of many AI, the computer vision. Right? Unlock us. Medical imaging, I used to hear that now are more powerful than radiologists. Uh, Retail and inventory tracking augmented. There is there for a long time for reading the content for content because of obviously that kind of force for standard fonts. But because of these new kinds of uh, AI powered like handwriting content also now can be digitized by training systems. A lot of additional because of AI, particularly computer vision. So I would like to talk more about this, but so I'm just going completing everything. Okay. So actually, image is matrix of pixels, right? Like of pixels. Okay. Each pixel is provided with primary values: red, green, blue, that kind of. And grayscale means one channel, um, but with the varying intensity. Okay. Dimension. P2 is it is our normal regular image, right? RGB, red, green, blue. All the colors are there in a correct way. So we can split it into like separate channel, red channel. Right? Understand? Up, Then you processing, it also replacing wrapping. All we need to understand basic structure of image, matrix of with each having our values. If it is we are converting to one channel grayscale, getting it dimension, height, width, and number of channels. Basic image processing processes are resizing and cropping. Resizing the size of the cropping is like removing and rotating and color conversion, colors, drawing lines up. So it is very important from AI perspective. Convolutional neural network (CNN) that is what concept or technology behind computer vision. Okay, the special type of neural network for images. It's neural network, but fully optimized for images. It automatically learns features, edges, textures. That is the beauty of or advantage of a deep learning or neural convolutional networks or the powerful technology behind the computer. So already like a lot of pre-trained models are there, MobileNet, TestNet, like that. Okay, they use like we can use the existing models trained on large data. ImageNet is a huge data set with a lot of images. These models are trained with that image. Yes. It will help us to save a lot of time. So anyway, any kind of AI model, if it is pre-trained, means it save a lot of time, especially training time, and then we can fine tune with our own less data. So there are two things we need to learn when we are talking about for learning purpose. Maybe in the deep, we are going deep further, we may need further things. But for starters, we need about OpenCV. Okay, so OpenCV, people install OpenCV Python. You have to use CodeCV. Okay, that is full for various like pre-processing, handling that. YOLO is a very important thing. YOLO stands for you only look once, like provided by Ultra Analytics, and it is the actual object all the image process related image things are done with this YOLO model A and OCR by it. Having this is it's a way of can and find the I will training the model our own that all will take time. This one it is also color scale, gray scale. Maybe it may take some time. That one, this one I was here different number plate, everything. You have to train the model. For that, you data set preparation, HTML file preparation, training them. Also, lot of things that pre-trained model, right? In classification. But if you things, we have to first train the data, prepare the test data. I mean training data, and then we have to do the proper labeling everything. It's like taking more. Okay, so this one here, identifying as confidence score. Okay, 91% bicycle truck. You want to mark this one also, road divider, that kind of uh, like it more details. Can train that training process. Next topic, MCP. Time to explain that. You can. I will give some overview. It is like USB for AI. Previously, MCP first of all, MCP stands for Model Context Protocol, right? It is Model Context Protocol. It is provided by Anthropic in the year 24 last year November. It is like we were talking about AI agents, tool calling, everything, right? So for that, for we have to in case of weather data, we were using fake simulated weather data, right? But in case of actual thing, we have to go through that weather companies, weather data providing companies API details, and we have to connect with them by following their instructions, using proper credentials and proper endpoints and like it will take significant time. If you want to do it for 20 25 weather providers, say for example, if you are planning to support various countries and you are having tie up with each country's best weather data providers, you have to work on according to their API details, right? It will take significant time from development perspective, maintenance perspective. But if there is a standard thing, something similar to HTTP for websites, if it is there for these kinds of tool calling, then it will be better, right? So model context protocol plays in that. It uses standard things, uh, uh, RPC done that I will. So it is like a USB-C for AI. So in case of computers, previously we had like separate ports, PS2 like that for connecting keyboards and mouses, and like separate ports for LAN, everything. Right now we can connect the mouse, computer, web camera, mic, LAN card, everything we can connect through USB, right? So if one port is not working, obviously we can like switch over to another port for any specific port, right? So in that case, it is giving more compatibility, not only like replacing the ports, but even for connecting any devices, it is easy. We need not to worry about installing any specific things. It's just a plug and play, right? So similarly, in the AI world, the companies like Anthropic is trying to implement such things. Okay, model context protocol. It is like connecting various tools easily, okay, without worrying much about their things. Okay, I will explain how to do that. Basically, it says they are saying that it is solving n by m integration, because currently without MCP, if we have to integrate 4 5, say for example, four LLMs like OpenAI, Gemini, DeepSeek, like that. If you are planning for four LLMs with three tools like a weather tool, calculator tool, like the three tools, it's like 4 into 3, like 12 integrations you have to make, right? First LLM with the first tool, first LLM with second tool, first LLM with third tool. Like again, second LLM with the first tool, second LLM with second tool, second LLM with third tool, like that. So say it's like n by m integration problem, right? So now it is now easily solved with the standardization. We can connect any tool with any LLM easily, right? So you can, it will give the freedom to change the LLM, change the tools. Right now, it is adopted by major players like OpenAI, Google, DeepMind, Microsoft, lot of tool vendors. So it is becoming a standard. Even if there is a standard, if it is not adopted by major players, and someone is coming with rival kind of thing, then that won't be considered as a standard, right? But somehow MCP, Anthropic's MCP is getting used by a lot of people. But a lot of people are complaining security issues, a lot of like hacking prone things. But right now, it is the major thing. Okay. So for using that, we can use it on cloud desktop. Okay. And a lot of like vibe coding tools like Cursor everywhere now they are providing support for MCP. Okay. The architecture is there are three things. One is MCP client, one is MCP server, another one is MCP host. MCP host is like a cloud desktop or a Cursor, that is MCP host. There internally it will be having MCP client for each MCP server. So MCP client resides in LLM app. Okay, so it orchestrates protocol calls, everything. So MCP server is the key thing. That is, it's a microservice exposing tools and data functions. But one part is like connecting with the client that uses the standard protocol like JSON RPC 2.0. That is what MCP. But again, that connection from MCP to the client is through standard thing, JSON RPC 2.0. It's a standardized MCP thing, right? But connection from MCP server to the actual tool is a traditional thing. There we have to do the like different kind of coding for connecting with things. But the problem is that whatever or whoever is going to create a application without MCP, they need to know about all the API calls, details of all the tools they are going to use, right? But in case of this is separating the task very clearly, right? But it's introducing additional layer. That is no question about that. Okay, but it is making the task very easier. Say for example, if you want to connect with particular tool A, if tool A provider is providing MCP server, you need not worry about connecting with them, right? Your thing is connecting with that MCP server of tool A. In that case, it is standardized thing. You can easily connect with that. Okay, so I have a lot of examples and MCP server and MCP client and connecting. So basically, it is like because of that MCP server, that concept. Now we can connect with lot of external RPC client and client will be there within this. So external and external data connected to the MCP server is traditional way. Okay, MCP server creator should be knowing about the external tools API details. Okay, instead of doing it from all our AI application, it can be done only once with MCP server. Then we can easily start using MCP. Using MCP server is very simple and easy. And suppose the developer of the external tool is connecting with MCP server, means they will be knowing about their tool very fully, effectively and fully they knowing, right? Suppose that AI application developer wants to connect with that, means they have to do lot of studies. For example, I'm creating one application using whether I may not be knowing about whether API call, but whether API call creator be knowing about it thoroughly, right? He can easily create MCP server, but for me creating MCP server will be bit time taking and ineffective, right? In that case, that person will be creating MCP server, and I can just use his MCP server, or some third party person who is interested in these kind of things. He may be creating some MCP server. I'll be using that MCP server from my client. Okay, from my AI application is client. Okay, so that connection is very easy. I'll be establishing that connection easily. Okay, so right now almost a lot of MC servers are there. Even you be very careful in hacking, but lot of things come, lot of them. We can just start using, save a lot of time. Or if you are very enthusiastic, you can create MCP server for unknown external tools and data. Okay, so MCP in action example, like show me the PRs in repo. It's like a GitHub related things. So it's just simply connecting to the external tools, right? That is the concept. Done is and it sending it. The server can have multiple functions also. Custom and spec lot of custom, that kind of this is same machine. I all the I already time. It is start an arc. I plan to make it more interactive. I will be stopping this offer after getting some participants for detail. Here also I put 60. For my first batch, I set it as 24 sessions, but attend, attendance got reduced after 6. I thought that will be on Monday, Friday. As also for initial offer, I am here from other countries. Suppose for some reason it's not affordable to you, you can and if you're really interested and not affordable, you can contact me, get more by sharing this link. You have to just share this link on any, yeah, and you can contact me for the discussion. Right now I'm offering just for the discuss 800, but it's very limited. I'll be giving it 1 hour. After that I will stop. I send the letter saying that I am going to stop it, but I haven't. Maybe today someone is interested in this service offer, and use. Later on, I decided to change this anything. But I made this link in my videos where I am saying that I am giving offer. At least I will. I remove that links from this blog every. But anyway, if you are interested and if you are not able to afford it, you can contact me. That is rajamanik@gmail.com. And I would suggest, even if you are not able to live class, I would suggest buying this recorded course. Yeah, like more recorded videos, 9 A rated e. Okay. You can get it just for 300 rupees in India right now. But later on, I will be actual price 1,600 rupees, and it will be just $8 globally. I hope it's a good opportunity, and you can go through the like it is available at Udemy also. You can go a sample video, the quality of the content, and it getting good ratings also. 4.5 ratings from 18 ratings, more than 2,000 people and here you can see a lot of free previews being rag, a lot of things I made it free and free, a lot of things. Yes. 9 hours of on demand articles. Same course I'm selling for like 300 rupees, but it's a manual process. You make the payment from QR code, and then you can contact me. You have to contact me for getting. There is any issue getting the reply, you can contact me WhatsApp number. If you are in other countries, you can use the PayPal link or if PayPal ID, Rajamanik, the same email, PayPal email. It's a good way, self-packed way, than at your convenient. I keep on updating my primary focus on selling this recorded AI. But for getting feedback from the learners, I thought of taking live AI courses and these kinds of free webinars. Okay, so I hope that will help me to get a lot of feedback about my course. Okay, and I keep on learning, and based on my learnings, I will be updating the course content, and based on the feedback, I will removing the outdated content. I did. That is why I offered free copies for a lot of people to get the feedback. Some people are giving feedback. Suppose if you already received my free offer, and if you have any feedback, feel free to contact me, even if it is negative feedback. If you like it, share it with others. That is okay. If you don't like it, if you have some negative feedback, contact me by sending email or WhatsApp message to me to convey your message. I will be doing my best to address that. If I have enough time, I will be fixing things. But right now, my focus is questions for my upcoming live course. I'm starting on August 7th, and then my adding a lot of new content is happening in blog post blog. And other thing, recently I decided to focus more on releasing more books on my uh, Amazon account. I already talked about it in detail yesterday. You can watch that video if you are interested in that thing. In Amazon, I have a lot of books. Not only Amazon, I'm selling my books from my website rajamanikam.com. You can go there. You can find a lot of. But I would suggest buying from my blog, because in this rajamanikam.com it involves Gumroad fees also. Okay, so the price will be a bit higher compared to my blog. Okay. The blog, you can buy it for just that buy the recorded course for just 300 rupees in India, $8. In case of a recorded live course, I'm going to start on August 7th. You can register just by taking 3,000 rupees here, and it dollars, very very low price. Other courses are charging more than $1,000, almost $2,000 they are charging. I believe that quality of my course may be good. Okay. I won't say that I am an expert in AI. Okay, even myself started learning AI 3 months back only, but I put lot of hard work, timing, and I have more than 25 years of experience in IT, and I keep on doing a lot of news updates about AI innovations for a long time. So by combining all these things, I believe I'm eligible to, or I am good at AI training, though I am not an expert. Okay, so for that, even if you that courses also, I have gone through some sample things, and that are not that much good. Okay, um, so I would suggest you spend time for learning things by doing the things. But if you need some assistance, that is what you are expecting. My live course, which I'm going to start on August 7th, will be more useful for you, because the fee amount is very less, 3,000 rupees only. That too, if it is not affordable, I can give further discount up to 800 rupees, if you are willing to share the content on any social media places. Okay. um, and as I said, you can go through a lot of articles here, and if you have any uh, feedback, just to share me, you can add comments here. Okay, and if you are good at any specific topic, if you want to share that with my YouTube audience, or we can have a discussion about any specific thing. We can set a webinar, and we can discuss about any specific topic. Okay, through Google Meet, and we can live broadcast to others. And in that thing, if you have any book or any course, you can just tell about that to my audience also. Okay, so let us discuss or explore various business opportunities. Okay, and I am offering affiliate. I'm selling this course, right? Especially this live course. Actually, price is $150. If you don't want to give any discounts to your audience, you can sell it for $150. In that case, 50 percentage here. You have to promote this one through Gumroad. You'll be getting your own affiliate link with your own affiliate ID if you are interested. Okay, So that landing page will be like this. Okay, here $150 will be for developed countries, and because of purchasing power parity, other countries like developing countries like India will be getting some the further discounts. Okay, suppose if you are able to promote it to US, that kind of countries, you can easily earn $75 for referring to just one person only. Okay, that is a huge opportunity, and many people joined, but some of them are inactive. Suppose if you are planning to actively promote it, just contact me. I can guide you by giving more details. Even I did one separate live for discussing those things, affiliate, earning from affiliate. Recently, I did that live. If you are interested, just listen to that live. Okay. I don't know whether live is going on or not. It's going on. Okay. Any other questions? Always contact me by sending an email to me. And I initially I thought of doing explaining everything through sample code, everything. But that requires a lot of like I need to be prepared with that to explain. But that too, if I'm telling everything in the same session, it won't that much good, right? I hope I gave some overview, right? What is AI? What is learning, RAG, some overview about what is RAG. But RAG itself, it's a very huge topic. But for this purpose, webinar for beginner, I hope I provided some useful information. I'm satisfied with that. Okay. The AI agents, NLP, AI chatbots, computer vision, MCP. I provided some overview. If you're very beginner, I hope you can learn something. So if you feel that it will be useful for others, remember to share it with others and share your feedback, share your ask your questions to the comment section. Whenever I have time, I'll be adding that, and based on your questions, I will be improving my recorded course further, and I will be tweaking my live course also based on the feedback. So I am expecting more feedback. That is why I am offering a lot of free things. Okay, once after getting the feedbacks, once I am satisfied with my efforts of creating courses, then mostly I will decide to spend more money for doing paid advertisements. In that case, I needed to increase the, I will be requiring to increase the price, okay, fees, okay. So in that meantime, you can make use of these offers, okay. But as I said, the purpose of giving that discount is for getting the feedback. So just remember to give some feedback and ratings. Suppose if you are buying from Udemy, remember to add your ratings, reviews. If you don't like something, just to share that directly with me. If you like it, you can share it on like public forums so that other people can also make use of that. If you have some time, visit this website qualitypointtech.com/quiz, attend the quiz. Okay. That case, can get some curiosity about learning AI. Just try to attend that. And moreover, in the case of this live AI course, you'll be getting online shareable certificate. Okay, that option is there. You can include it in your resume. Okay, and LinkedIn profile everywhere you can share that online shareable certificate. I will be offering something. So my first batch, I got some good reviews. Okay, amazing materials, great project. Okay. So in the Udemy also, my course is getting good ratings and reviews. Okay, so I'm feeling okay. Somewhat I'm doing good work related to AI course because this is not my primary work. I have been working with software testing, test automation, and web application developments for many years. 25 years I have experience in IT, and I thought of focusing more on doing like running my channel by uploading latest technology related news, especially emerging technologies news. That is what my primary plan. But because my advertisement got disabled, I thought of temporarily focusing more on learning AI. But then I realized that there is a huge gap between AI demand and AI talent. Even a few days back, I noticed Times of India article also. There also they were talking about a huge gap between AI education. So basically, we can say it as a AI education boom. So for that also, I published a book, how to make money from AI education boom. First of all, myself, I'm using it by creating, spending time for learning AI and creating AI courses, teaching AI, like that I'm involving. But others, those who are not able to spend time for learning AI by themselves, they can make use of this affiliate opportunity. I explained everything in this book. This book you can freely get it by using the code affiliate. Okay, FFILIATA. That in the browser or in the discount box, it will be made as 0. Okay, so you can freely get this book. Earn money selling AI courses, a beginner's guide to profiting in the AI education book. So there is a huge demand for learning, teaching AI. Okay, and there is a need for learning AI. So there is a demand for teaching AI. Okay, so as I said, all are temporary things. Maybe next year that scenario may be completely changing. Okay, but right now there is a huge opportunity. So you may not be having enough time to come up with your own course or your own training programs. In that case, you can just make use of this affiliate opportunity. I'm offering 50% affiliate so that you can easily start earning money, good money. Okay, but I have certain ethical processes, right? If you are affiliate, you should not give any false promises to the audiences. Okay, if you are doing that, I will be removing you as affiliate. Okay, so if you are interested, just to go through more details about that affiliate program, I have provided a link in here, earn 50% commission at the bottom of my blog. There you can know about Gumroad and Gumroad sign up. Joining us affiliate is very easy. Just to sign up as a Gumroad, it is free. Then send your email ID to me. I will add you as affiliate with 50% affiliate commission initially. If you are making sales in a good way with good number of sales, I'll be increasing the affiliate commission. I can increase it up to 75%, which is maximum allowed by Gumroad. Okay. And if you have any other questions, you can read that Gumroad affiliates FAQ here. I provide the link here. Or if you need any other details, always feel free to ask me by sending an email to me, rajamanikam.a@gmail.com. Okay. So almost I provided all the details. I hope like a lot of live I did, and I added the blog post. Okay, even I released an ebook. I hope all these details are enough. Okay, so still, if you have any details, always you can free. Previously, I used to do Google Meet, one-on-one Google Meet with a lot of people who are interested in joining us affiliate. I stopped doing that because those who are initially showing interest, because of the challenges involved with these kinds of marketing, they are not doing that. But they are failing. They are spending some time here with me, and they will be doing some time with other products, and it's waste of their time. Actually, very long back initially I did that mistake, doing testing everything. That is not a good way of thinking. First we have to do complete analysis about whether it is suitable for us. Once we decide that, we need to put all your efforts continuously, even if it is not giving immediate success. Okay, that is what I learned here in this AI course. Also, I created a lot of videos, a lot of ebooks, and I am selling it through Udemy everywhere. But I am not seeing that kind of expected success. Okay, but recently, like it's picking up. Okay, people are talking about it. People are showing interest. Those persons who already inquired my live courses, even they hesitated to join previously. But after seeing the feedback from my first batch, they are showing interest. Similarly, Udemy also recorded course feedback also coming up good. All are natural thing. I personally I wanted to get the actual feedback. Okay, that is my primary aim. That is why I offered free. Okay, so even in the case of like affiliates, you have to follow whatever I'm following. You need to tell the facts. Okay, especially people who are showing interest to join any kind of AA program, AA course training. Their primary intention is getting job, right, or salary hike. So there is no guarantee, right? But they can uh, get some benefits like indirectly, like learning AI can help them to get job, not immediately or not directly. Okay, I'm not giving that kind of false promises. Those people who are selling their courses for $2,000 something, they are giving that kind of promises, but they are meaningless. That is what I would say. Who are learning the AI, definitely there someone, everyone has to work. They are putting some effort for learning AI means definitely they are actually looking for job. At certain time period they will be getting job. It's not because of that one, not directly. It can help. Okay, so I don't believe in that thing. But some people who are, whenever I am advertising or showing that link on any social media, some people are asking me whether I have any resources for that thing. Even few days back, someone asked me one resource for Noida, for teaching generative AI. Okay, so that kind of inquiries I am getting. So if suitable candidates are with me, then I can refer that kind of. Okay, that is always I can do. Someone is paying money to learn from me. I will do my best to teach him, to guide him, and give these kinds of referrals. Okay, there is there is no guarantee or there is no specific efforts from my side. If you have any other questions, feel free to contact me by sending email. Or if you find it this useful, you can make comments. In that case, if I'm getting more comments, I'll be having these kinds of free sessions frequently. Okay. It will be useful for me also for getting participants for my live coaching. Suppose someone who is satisfied with my way of teaching, they may join this live coaching, right? Or if they are interested, they can buy my recorded course. It is win-win approach. You can learn from me, okay? And, I can sell my courses. That is the reason why I selected this option of having free webinars basically. And but it needs my personal time, right? I might have used this time for learning new things. Okay, so in that way, I may not do it frequently. But if people are showing interest and if the comments are welcoming these kinds of initiatives, surely I can spend time in the next week also. Okay, or a specific topic, but I would like to have discussion with other experts. Okay, actually long back I started QPT doc, that effective that initiative to effectively have discussion with the experts in any field related to emerging technologies. This time I can give more importance to AI experts. Okay, so if you are a expert in any field and you have any tools, you can talk about your expertise and you can tell about your products in the process, right? It is win-win approach. Or if you want to get feedback about your new thoughts or something, you can share that and you can ask my audience. Though my channel has some more than 70,000 subscribers, recently it is not showing that to others. But if I start the live through other ways YouTube's web interface, it is recommending. So in that case, I can do through that Google YouTube live. Okay, but that we need to explore. Okay, how to. But anyway, after ending the uh, live, it will be showing to the people who are searching for any specific keyword. Okay, so that option always there. Can have a discussion. Or tested recorded code. But some of them I just copied from um, uh, uh, tutorials of that companies, and some of them at GPT. Some of them, and almost I tried my best to explain every concepts related to. It's my reading my blog and reading my the good start of learning AI. But other than that, actual usage, that is completely different topic that I would like to talk about that now. Okay, if you're business person, if you want me to work for improving your business by implementing AI, that is completely different task. Knowing that the retail thing, basic thing is different. That in that case we can discuss, and I will be the more suitable person because I have more than 25 years of experience in IT. I worked for corporates for around 10 years. I work for small, I run a small IT company, like 100 projects for small clients, and I have tried my own product like timesheet, SEO tools like that, and I done a lot of SEO research. So I will be more suitable for helping the small businesses, not only by helping them to use AI related things. I can do a lot of other things also. And what I'm trying to say is, if the business person is trying to explain something, I can easily understand because of my background related to running small business for many years and exploring various things like doing SEO, starting from kind of promotions. So I understand the small businesses difficulties and their way of operation. Okay, so I would like to work more towards small business. And I believe it will be win-win approach. I can learn most of the things from them also. That is why. Okay, that's it from my side today. Share your feedback, ask your question, tell about my offers to your friends. Any questions? Ask me.